Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Sugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvedi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, we offer our humble obeisance, our humble pranams at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. We welcome all the viewers across the world for this Uttamottama Seva to Paramashiva from Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam Adi Kailash Sarvajna Peetam. For those of you who are tuning in for the first time to KAILASA Nithyananda TV, welcome to the official TV channel for Sri Kailasa, the only and greatest Hindu nation in the world. Sri Kailasa is a Hindu nation revived by His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, which serves millions with a simple yet powerful way to experience and live enlightenment. Nithyananda Paramashivam, His Divine Holiness, is the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened civilization, and the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness is an avatar from and is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities for humanity. Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by His Divine Holiness, and Nithyananda Order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give a super consciousness breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University is the world's largest university with extended campuses in 150 countries, is collecting, organizing, time capsuling, preserving, decoding, spreading, and reviving 20 million source books on Hinduism and 64 sacred arts and sciences like Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, and Vastu. His Divine Holiness is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Peetam, the ancient apex body of Hinduism, and is the current emperor of Surya Vamsha Surangi Samrajyam. His Divine Holiness has survived the worst persecution on person and character by anti-Hindu elements. To explore more videos, you can visit KAILASA's Nithyananda YouTube channel. For all of us, millions of Sri Kailasa Vasis all over the world, you and me, if we have had any spiritual breakthrough, any great experiences of Kundalini awakening. If today we are able to manifest Shaktis, it is because at the mere age of 12, His Divine Holiness did the Tyaga of sitting with utmost sincerity and ferociousness with himself and manifesting the Shaktis of Paramashiva and this ultimate spiritual breakthrough. Paramashiva has come down to planet Earth and manifested this grand Leela of his life for each and every one of us to be part. His Divine Holiness has taken this physical form and came down from Kailasa itself. Now that he is here, and we can celebrate his happening on planet Earth to share this link with all on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and all other social media platforms. As we're getting introduced to Uttamottama Seva, offering of Uttamottama Seva, pre-Satsang, leading to Satsang. Let us do what are all we can do to spread this message to one and all. There are innumerable reasons why His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam happened on planet Earth. He happened to cause the next evolutionary breakthrough to humanity. He happened to cause the Satya Yuga once again. He happened for the fulfillment of consciousness itself. He happened for the entire humanity, and he happened exclusively for you at the same time. Ultimately, however, in words that cannot quite be summarized, either by himself or his devotees, the true reason behind the happening of His Divine Holiness is nothing but pure compassion. This realization will happen to you after reading and listening to the full life story of His Divine Holiness. All of his gifts for humanity and his sacrifices, you will journey through all the years that his feet graced. And on planet Earth, you will learn the greatest of his lessons, and your aspirations for life itself will mature. You are yourself will have the realization, and that brings tears to your eyes and ultimate surrender to your mind. Avatar of Paramashiva happened on planet Earth just to ensure we realize we are also Paramashiva. Today, we are offering Uttamottama Seva to Lord Venkateshwara. Lord Venkateshwara. So before that, let's understand what is Uttamottama Seva. Uttamottama Seva is the Vedic ritual straight from the Agamas, straight from the source, from Paramashiva himself. It is a ritual of offering the best of the best to Paramashiva. Uttamottama means best of the best, and offering. Seva is offering. So Uttamottama Seva is the best offering of the best to Paramashiva. Whatever we offer to Paramashiva comes back to us 1,000 folds, many million folds. And Paramashiva is the source of everything, be it grains, knowledge, be it skills or people, everything. Offering the best of the best is a way we can offer to our gratitude to Paramashiva and being integrated to him and his words. Uttamottama Seva is an intricate ritual that is described by Paramashiva himself. So many offerings are there that are come down from the Vedic, best of the best that is offered in Vedic tradition. That should be offered to Paramashiva. The various types of dance and the way it is danced, the food that should be offered. The Uttamottama Seva is described by Paramashiva as the best of the best. we offer Abhishekam, Vastram, Gandham, Abharanam, Archanam, Dupam, Deepam, Naivedyam, Aratrikam, Deepopacharam, Pushpanjalim, Chaturvedam, Krushasuktam, Agamastotram, Dravida Vedam, Nityam, Sangeetam, Vadyam, and Swasti Vachanam. The source of all these best things is Paramashiva. He has given these to us. Offering them back at his feet is what we do during this seva. Thereby, we experience the intense Shakti Nipata and Advaita, the oneness with him, and as a result, we leave the state and radiate the space and manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. And also, since it is Agama Vidhi, Paramashiva's instructions, we offer them during this seva. The best of the food that is offered as Naivedyam, the best of the movement a body can offer as dance, Nitya Seva, the best of the sound offered as music, Sangeeta Seva, and the best of the consciousness offered as power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. The best that humanity can offer to Paramashiva as gratitude is offered in Uttamottama Seva. Today, we are offering Uttamottama Seva to Lord Venkateshwara. His Divine Holiness says that I have a very strong connection with Lord Venkateshwara. My mother came to know that she was carrying me when she was on a pilgrimage to Venkateshwara temple in Tirupati. She did Anga Pradakshina, that is circumambulating the temple by rolling on the floor around it. And after that she vomited. Usually people vomit after the Anga Pradakshina. They gave her the prasada, the sacred food of laddu. And after that also, again, she started vomiting. Then the elders saw the pulse and confirmed that she was carrying. The first sweet I got it from is from Lord Venkateshwara. His Divine Holiness narrates that I have very strong connection with the Lord Venkateshwara. The pure compassion, muscle memory from Venkateshwara, who is the Mahavishnu's incarnation, is the source of my muscle memory. That is the reason I am not only in love with Mahavishnu, I just like him too much and in love with him. He continues that because my muscle memory is made of pure compassion, that pure compassion fabric is neither experiences pain nor makes sufferings out of pain. He is the Lord Venkateshwara is the compassionate incarnation of Sri Mahavishnu, who resides in Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya along with other deities traditional to the Tirumala Tirupati Venkateshwara Devalaya Sannidhi. Lord Venkateshwara heals and blesses relationships to become more joyful and prosperous. He is Srinivasa, that is, the one who has Sri Devi Mahalakshmi, the goddess of wealth and prosperity within his chest. He is pleased when his devotees enrich and serve others. He is unconditional love himself and showers abundance of wealth and happiness on those who live in service of others. Venkateshwara is the Lord of Anahata Chakra, the heart center. This center is blocked by attention need and is unblocked by unconditional love and compassion. Venkateshwara holds a chakra in his upper right hand, is a weapon, and hence it represents a remover of the fear. In his upper left hand, he holds the conch or shank, which is blown during the times of war. During the times when we think something new is added to our life, the conch is the symbol of desire. The attention need moves away from loving unconditionally and make us psychological slaves. These emotions makes us crave for others' approval for all our actions, sometimes explicitly and sometimes implicitly. All our relationships have become conditional. It has become just give and take. This is because our entire identity is based on certificates that others gave us, or just others we expect that others to give us. Our instinct naturally tries to preserve it in some form or the other. We invest in these certificates from different sources and become fragmented. We seek attention either out of greed, to add something more, or to confirm our existing certificates, and we are fearful of it being taken away as our identity that we show to the outer world would collapse otherwise. If someone pulls and takes back their certificate like a house of cards that we see kids build, our entire identity can be shaken and crumble in that moment. Once we go beyond these two emotions by surrendering to the divine or to our Satguru, represented by our lower right hand pointing to the master's feet, we are embraced by him, represented by the lower left hand, Abhaya Hasta. We become centered and integrated. An overflowing energy starts exuding from very being. There will be no more give and take. There will be just sharing because we are overflowing. This is the energy of Venkateshwara. All our relationships have become conditional. That will be on the basis of, that will be transcend to expressing unconditional love and taking care of them without anything expecting in return. There is this beautiful story. So to establish feeling connection with Lord Venkateshwara, to transcend beyond any relationship issues or wealth, engage in powerful feeling connection with him. Let your being be engaged in unclutching. This must be the trend with which you are carrying on with your day-to-day life. Now, let's understand the story of Lord Venkateshwara. Tirumala temple is very, very famous, the richest temple in India. Is one amongst the Swayam Vakta Kshetra, that is of Lord Narayana, of Mahavishnu himself. It is also one of the Divya Desham. The idol of Lord was not installed by anyone. He himself appeared on that place. That's why he's called Swayam Vakta Vigraha. The story begins with Lord Vishnu in Vaikunta, where his consort, goddess Lakshmi, rests in repose against his chest. That time, thousands of years ago, after misunderstanding with sage Bhrigu, who kicked Lord Vishnu in the chest. So Lord Devi Lakshmi was angry and forsook her husband and left the heavens, left that Vaikunta for earth. So a desperate Lord Vishnu followed her on earth and decided to stay there till she calmed down, till completion happens. Both were reincarnated, Vishnu, Mahavishnu as Srinivasa and Goddess Lakshmi as Padmavati, the daughter of the king mountains. When Srinivas wanted to marry Padmavati, her father refused, saying that he was penniless. Without Lakshmi by his side, and not for the wedding, could be given only the condition that he pay a dowry for her hand. Srinivasa therefore had no option but to take a very hefty loan from Kubera, the god of wealth. So Srinivasa was given the mountains of gold as promised by Kubera. Lord Srinivasa told Kubera that he would be repaid at the end of the Kali Yuga. The payment to Kubera, however, was on the interest of donations made to the Srinivasa or Lord Venkateshwara, and the amount of the dowry was so huge that to this day devotees to Tirupati continues to fill their offers. In exchange for the generosity of his devotees, he gives his blessings, which can be used to generate more wealth, to break free from the attachment to wealth. So the devotees give Vishnu wealth and makes him rich, and the cycle goes on, and he gives them more abundance and fulfill his wishes, and the cycle goes on, making Tirupati the richest Hindu temple in India. The roof of the sanctorium, for instance, is entirely covered with gold. There is a village folk story where Venkateshwara borrows this money, this heaps of gold for his marriage, as he's still paying as debt. What is the significance? All we need to understand is there is an amazing significance, there is an amazing truth that we need to understand. Lord Venkateshwara has Devi Lakshmi on his chest. And why he need to borrow from Kubera? It is one of the important truth revealed that Venkateshwara takes the responsibility of the reserve to reserve. And the story ends with a beautiful line that till the end of Kali Yuga, he will be paying only the interest. In the end of Kali Yuga, only he will pay the whole capital. If he pays the capital, the current will stop. The economy will stop. The whole thing will become part of the reserve and life is over. This is the significance of offering anything, our wealth, to Lord Venkateshwara. There is this beautiful tradition that is in Tirumala Tirupati temple, is called Niluvu Dopidi, where devotees of Venkateshwara offer whatever they have, that is the money, gold, jewels, whatever they have, in the hundial as offering their incompletions and homas and karmas at the feet of Venkateshwara. His Divine Holiness Swamiji has opened the opportunity for thousands of devotees to offer and be relieved from the the Taupadi, as directly His Divine Holiness Swamiji will be gracing us in the Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan and accepting the offerings and liberating us from karmas and incompletions during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan and Paramashivoham online program. All the offerings devotees have to keep them in cloth and knot it and then put it in the Srivari Hundi, thanking God for protecting them for their pains. By offering Niluvudopidi, we give our infinite desires, physical elements, mental sufferings, conflicts within family and friends, negative patterns. He actually does Niluvudopidi of all these sufferings from us. This is the actual significance of Niluvudopidi. So today, we are offering Uttamottama Seva to Lord Venkateshwara. Our Gurukul Balasans are offering this Seva to Lord Venkateshwara. We are offering this Seva at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Guru, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's all stay tuned and enjoy this Uttamottama Seva and get the blessings of Lord Venkateshwara and our beloved Guru, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Thank you so much, Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Chaturveda. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhauma अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव चतुर्वेद प्रिय चतुर्वेदम अवधारय। हरि ओम। अग्निमीले पुरोहितं यज्ञस्य देवं हृत्वितं होतारं रत्नदातामं। हरि ओम। हरि ओम। इषेतोर्जेत्वा वायवस्तोपायपस्तदेवो वस्तविता प्राप्तयतुष्टेष्टतमाय कर्मणे। हरि ओम। हरि ओम। अग्न आयाहि पीतये गृहाणो हव्यदातये निहोता शक्ति बर्हिषि। हरि ओम। हरि ओम। तन्नो देवी रविष्टय आपो भवन्तु पीतये चयो रविश्रवन्तु नः। हरि ओम। The next offering at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivam is the offering of the Agama Shloka. देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौम अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव आगम श्लोक प्रियागम श्लोकम अवधारय। श्री भगवानुवाच अति कौतूहलाविष्ट पृच्छेतच्छृणुप्रिये यन्मे नेत्रान्तरे वह्निर् यद्वानृतमनुत्तमं तत्सर्वं कथयिष्यामि योगयुक्त्या शृणुप्रिये यत्स्वरूपं निजं चित्तं व्यापकं सर्वतोमुखं सर्वभूतान्तरावस्थं सर्वप्राणिषु जीवनं योगगम्यं दुरासादं दुष्पापमकृतातमभिः ज्ञानादिषड्गुणायेते तत्रस्ताः प्रभवन्ति हि सा वै महाक्रिया रूपा संस्थितैका क्रियामता अनिमादिगुणा नष्टौ करोति विकरोति च एवं ममे च ज्ञानाख्यात् क्रियाख्या शक्तिरुच्यते। The next offering at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Dravida Vedam. देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौम अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव द्राविड वेद प्रिय द्राविड वेदम अवधारय। शिवातिचित्रम्बरं वेयुर्तोली पंगन विदमुण्डकन्दन् मिगनल्ल वीणै कदवी मासर तिंगल गंगै முடிமேல நின்று என் உலமே புகுந்த அதனால் ஞாயிறு திங்கள் செவ்வாய் புதன் வியாழன் வெள்ளி சனி பாம்பிரண்டும் முதனே மாசரு நல்ல நல்ல அவை நல்ல நல்ல என் அடியாதவர்க்கு மிகவே சிவா திருச்சிற்றம்பலம்.
नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva is the offering of the Stotra Seva. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Stotra Priya Stotram Avadharaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Sadashivaya Sakala Tattvatmakaya Sarva Mantra Swarupaya Sarva Yantradhisthitaya Sarva Tantra Swarupaya Sarva Tattva Vidhuraya Brahma Rudra Avatarine Neelakanthaya Parvati Manoharaya Soma Surya Agnilocanaya Bhasmodhulita Vigrahaya Mahamuni Mukutadharanaya Manikya Bhushanaya Srishti Sthiti Pralaya Kala Rautra Avataraya Dakshadvara Dvamsakaya Mahakala Bhedanaya Mooladhareka Nilayaya Tattvakitaya Gangadharaya Sarvadevadidevaya Sadashayaya Vedanta Saraya Trivarga Sadhanaya Ananta Koti Brahmanda Nayakaya Ananta Vasiki Takshakakar Kotaka Shanka Kulika Padma Mahapatmeti Ashta Mahanaha Kulabhushanaya Pranavaswarupaya Chidakashaya Akashidikwarupaya Grahanakshatramaline Sakalaya Kalankarhitaya Sakala Lokaika Katre Sakala Lokaika Patre Sakala Lokaika Samhatre Sakala Lokaika Gurave Sakala Lokaika Sakshine Sakala Nidama Guhyaya Sakala Vedanta Paragaya Sakala Lokaika Shankaraya Shashanka Shekaraya Shashwada Nijavasaya Nirabhasaya Niramayaya Nirmadhaya Nirmalaya Nischintaya Nirahankaraya Nirankushaya Niskalankaya Nirgunaya Nishkamaya Nirgunaya Nirlopaya Nidvantwaya Nirupaplavaya Nirbedaya Niravadhyaya Nirantakaya Nishkaranaya Nirantakaya Nisprapanchaya Nishangaya Nirdvantwaya Nirtaraya Niraghaya Nishkrodhaya Nirlopaya Nishpapaya Nirbhayaya Nirvikalpaya Nirbhedaya Nishkriyaya Nishtulaya Nishamchayaya Nirupamapipavaya Nitya Siddha Buddha Paripurna Satchidananda Dvayaya Paramashanta Swarupaya Tejo Rupaya Tejo Mayaya Jai Jai Rudra Maharaudra Bhadravatara Mahabhairava Kalabhairava Kalpantha Bhairava Kapalamaladhara Katvanga Kadga Sharma Pashankusha Damru Shula Chapa Bhana Gada Shakti Pindi Pala Domara Musala Mutkara Pasha Pariga Pushunti Shatakni Chakra Dhyayuta Bhishana Kara Sahasramukha Dramsha Karala Vatana Vikatata Hasa Visparita Brahmanda Mandala Nagendra Kundala Nagendra Hara Nagendra Valaya Nagendra Charmadara Mrityunjaya Trayambaka Vishwarupa Virupaksha Vishveshwara Vrishabhavahana Vishwabhushana Vishwatomukha Sarvato Raksha Rakshamam Jvala Jvala Ma Mrityubhavavrityubhayam Nashaya Nashaya Chorabhayam Uchchataya Uchchataya Vishisarpabhayam Samaya Samaya Choran Maraya Maraya Mama Shatrun Uchchataya Uchchataya Trishulena Vidharaya Vidharaya Uttarena Bhindi Bhindi Katkena Chindi Chindi Katwangena Vipotaya Vipotaya Musalena Nishpeshaya Nishpeshaya Vanaihi Santataya Santataya Rakshamshi Bhishaya Bhishaya Bhutani Vidravaya Vidravaya Kushmanda Maricha Vedala Brahma Rakshasa Ganane Santataya Santataya Mamabhayam Kuru Kuru Vittasvam Mam Ashvashaya Ashvashaya Nargabhaya Amma Uddhara Uddhara Sanjivaya Sanjivaya Chutrubhyam Mam Apyayaya Apyayaya दुःखादुरं माम् आनन्दय आनन्दय शिवकवचेन माम् आच्छाटय आच्छाटय मृत्युञ्जय त्र्यम्बक सदाशिव परमशिव नमस्ते नमस्ते।
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोहम्
At the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Nirta Seva. Deva Devottama Devata Starvabhoma Akilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Nirta Priya Nirtam Avadharaya.
सर्वेश्वर परमेश्वर शान्ताकारा शङ्ख चक्रधरा सर्वश्रेष्ठरा సుప్రభాత సేవలో సూర్యుడవయ్యా అజ్ఞానపు చీకటులను అణచెదవయ్యా మాధవా కేశవా అభిషేక సేవలో మురిసేవయ్యా ఆత్మకల్మషముల కడిగి కాచేవయ్యా శ్రీధరా కోటి కోటి దండాలయ కోనేటి రాయడా వారి కొంగు బంగారు దేవుడా పద్మనాభ ఋషికేశ ఋషికేశ కన్న విషయం పరశురామ బలరామ పురుషోత్తమ పుణ్య పురుష నామాల వాడ వెంకటేశుడా మూడు నామాల ముద్దు శ్రీనివాసుడా
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
At the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Sangita Seva. Deva Devottama Devata Starvagoma Akilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Sangita Priya Sangitam Avadharaya. Up. Nandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Vilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Achyutam Keshavam Ramanarayanam Krishna Damodaram Vasudevam Harim. Achyutam Keshavam Krishna Damodaram Ramanarayanam Vasudevam Harim. Sridharam Madhavam Gopika Vallabham Janaki Nayakam Ramachandram Bhaje. Achyutam Keshavam Ramanarayanam Krishna Damodaram Vasudevam Harim. Achyutam Keshavam Satyabhamadavam Madhavam Sridharam Radhikaratikam. Achyutam Keshavam Krishna Damodaram Ramanarayanam Janaki Vallabham. Indira Mandira
चेतसा सुन्दरं देवकी नन्दनं नन्दजं सन्ददे अच्युतं केशवं रामनारायणं कृष्णदामोदरं जानकी वल्लभम्
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Shri Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeswara Paramashiva is the offering of the Paramashiva Shakti Avaskarana. देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौम अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करण प्रिय परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणम् अवधारय
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। Nithyanandam, I welcome each and every viewers and participants for today's power manifestation segment of today's Uttamottama Seva. This is the most awaited and the extraordinary interesting segment of the whole Seva. Today, you'll be witnessing one of the most mind-blowing aspects that nobody thought was possible in this world. Today, we have a Balasan from the Nithyananda Gurukul manifesting one of the 463 extraordinary powers of Paramashiva. And with this, we'll be entering into the power manifestation. But before entering, Ma Vanchika, would you like to introduce yourself?
Nithyanandam. I'm Ma Vanchika and I'm 14 years old and I've been studying in Nithyananda Gurukul past 2 years and I've been manifesting a lot of powers of Paramashiva just by Swamiji's one initiation and just being in oneness with Swamiji.
So beautiful. And that is all it takes to manifest powers. Before we get into the power manifestation, I would like to give you all an insight on what is really the science of power manifestation. What do I mean by power manifestation? Understand? 5,000 years ago, our rishis, munis, and highest seers were able to manifest powers of any kind whenever and wherever they wanted to. And that is just the way of living in the religion of Hinduism. Each and every person, not just the munis, each and every person 5,000 years ago were manifesting powers like their daily lifestyle. It was a daily lifestyle. It was a living dimension. Power manifestation was so easy, like how we do our day-to-day chores in life. Power manifestation was exactly like that. But in this world, in today's generation, if I approach anybody in the world saying that you will be able to manifest powers, you'll be able to move objects, you're able to levitate, you're able to fly, you'll be able to see without your two physical eyes, they will think that I am gone crazy. That is how the world has gotten to. That is the state the world has gotten to. Because we have forgotten the rich lifestyle of Hinduism that we all lived once upon a time. And beautifully, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is reviving it all back to its authentic glory of the whole of Hinduism. And power manifestation is just one tiny aspect of the whole of Sanatana Hindu Dharma that Swamiji is beautifully reviving. And a little about the power that we'll be manifesting today is the power of third eye solution. This is one of the most extraordinary power because understand, when Swamiji awakens the third eye, either by words, touch, or mantra, or by look, your third eye gets awakened, and that is literally the door to manifesting all the 464 plus powers of Paramashiva. And one of the powers is third eye solution. This third eye is able to detect the subtlest, the hidden component of you, even the ones that you are unaware of about yourself. Any obstacles that you have in your life, any obstacles which is stopping you or restricting you from manifesting the reality that you want to manifest in your life, third eye solution is going to be tapping that exact point. And understand, we are not the ones manifesting powers. Instead, we are just merely connecting with Paramashiva and letting him flow through our body. As a medium, we are being a medium for Paramashiva to flow through our body and he manifests through us. And everything revealed through the third eye is not our revelation, but Paramashiva's revelation. And of course, when Paramashiva reveals, there is no two ways about it. And any problem that you are going through or you have been going through for a long time. For example, let me give you an example. You have a certain problem in your life and you come across that, and then again you fall into the same problem. Again you come over that, again you fall into the same problem. There is something that is actually restricting you from getting rid of the problem completely. And that is exactly what this power is going to be revealing to all of you. Right? So this is the beauty of third eye solutions. With this, I would like our volunteer for today to introduce herself to all the participants and the viewers.
Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda ma,
How are you, ma?
I'm really great ma. How are you?
I'm fine, ma. I'm good too. Thank you. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you
Yes.
so much for having me as a volunteer.
You can go ahead and introduce yourself, ma.
Okay. Nithyanandam, I am Adya Agarwal. I stay in Delhi, India. And today I'm the volunteer for third eye scanning. And why I wanted to, what I really want to know in the scanning. There are two things. One is that ever since I was a child, I have had some or the other issue in my stomach, because of which I've suffered from time to time. So I want to know what is happening, because I don't actively have a problem right now, but it something or the other keeps occurring and reoccurring. So this is the first thing, and the second thing is that so I just graduated, and I am now preparing for an entrance exam, and I wanted to know about that, like the future.
Yes, ma. Perfect. So, ma Adya would like for a specific scan. To be honest, to be precise, two specific scans, correct? So the first one is going to be about your stomach, that you have been having problems with, and it keeps going on and on, correct? And the second one is, since you've recently graduated, you'll be giving your entrance exam and you want to see the future of it.
Yes, ma. Yes.
Yes, perfect. So, yes, ma, we'll get right on to the power manifestation and understand the first specific scan that you have asked for falls under the power of body scan, right? So that's also another extraordinary power of Paramashiva. And body scanning is where the third eye scans your whole body and tells you what problem you're going through and why you're going through, and at the same time gives you a solution, right? And yes, not an issue, ma. We can actually go right with that. And third eye solution is all about giving solution to any problems. And Ma Vanchika, are you clear with Ma Arya's problems? Yes. Okay. So before we get into the power manifestation, this is one of the most integral part that we all do to manifest any powers that we want of Paramashiva, and that is chanting the Mahavakya and understand Mahavakya, just the three words, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, holds such high frequency and intensity to put oneself in the space of Paramashiva. When you chant these three words, you enter the space of Paramashiva and understand you have all the listening of Paramashiva himself. So, before we begin the power manifestation, I request all of you who are witnessing this beautiful happening to sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line and your hands in Atmanjali Mudra and intensely chant the Mahavakya along with us. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. In the meantime, when Ma Vanchika is manifesting this power, I would like to further listen upon the science of power manifestation. Understand the primordial being is Paramashiva, and he in this world, in this modern generation, understand how diluted one space has become. Even the current Hindus living in this world, they don't know the beauty of the religion they are coming from. And that is the amount of delusion we're all going through. And to get us out of that delusion and the diluted way of living, Paramashiva himself has incarnated in the form of his divine holiness to pull us out of this delusion and show us the powerful way of living as divine beings, as Paramashiva himself. Okay, great. Ma Vanchika is already done with the scanning. You can go ahead.
So, Ma Nityanam, for your stomach problem, I was able to see that there's some problem near your intestine, and for your this graduation
Entrance exam.
And Swami showed me that it is going to go very well, and Swami revealed me that she should just surrender it to Swamiji, and he will just take care, and it will go well for her.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you.
Okay. Ma Arya.
That makes sense. Yes.
So Ma Vanchika is saying that the stomach problem is due to some intestinal problems that you're going through. And Ma Vanchika, could you actually further scan for a solution? Yes. And Ma Adya, Ma Paramashiva really beautifully reveals through Ma Vanchika that the entrance exam that you'll be taking will be a complete success, and all you have to do is completely surrender at the feet of Paramashiva. Everything that you do, any incompletions that you have, any thoughts that you have, anything that you are going through at the moment, any obstacles that you feel like you're having in your life that is restricting, drop it all and surrender at the feet of Paramashiva, because in the end, he's going to be taking care of everything. So that is the scanning, the scanning that Mamanchika told. And right now, she is scanning for the solution for the stomach problem that she's been having from a very young age. Now, understand one beauty about the third eye. When the third eye falls on your body, right, the healing immediately happens. When the third eye falls on any body, be assured that the healing is already happening. The healing is already started. That is the beauty of third eye, because the third eye holds so much intensity and power that it's able to do anything. And healing is just one of the not side effects, I would say, one of the side effects of having an awakened third eye.
Yes, Ma. Actually, I could feel my third eye also awaken when we were chanting the Mahavakya. It was
Yes, of course, Ma.
really lovely. I could feel like I connected with Ma Vanshika through Paramashiva.
Mamanchika, are you done with the scanning? Yes, Mamanchika is done with the scanning.
Okay.
So Swami revealed me the solution for your stomach problem is that you should drink neem juice, and I'm able to see that you should before you sleep you should drink turmeric water in sleep. That's what Swamiji has revealed me for your intestine.
Turmeric water, as in like water, boil the water and put turmeric in it, like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ma.
You can go ahead and do this, Ma. And when third eye reveals any solution, be assured that that's the only solution which will work for your problem, because the solution is coming directly from Paramashiva, right? So one more thing that I would like to share is that sometimes when you have any problem, when you go to a doctor, they'll just see the surface problem and they'll try to fix it for temporary. So they'll give you a certain medication and they'll tell you to take it for a few months, and you will go ahead and take that for a few months, and miraculously you will see that you don't have a problem. But understand, after some time, it resurfaces back. Third eye actually taps that. It will give you a solution where this problem will never resurface back. And sometimes third eye never works in the logical dimension. It works in a multi-dimensional logic. So sometimes your stomach pain is not just related to the food you ate yesterday, or it is gas problem. It's not necessarily that. Sometimes it can be related to your childhood patterns or any root patterns that you're going through or you currently have. So sometimes completion is needed. So third eye works in that way. So this is something I would like to share because it's one of the most beautiful aspects of third eye scanning and a normal doctor visit.
Yes.
And Ma Adya Agarwal, would you like to share your experience?
Yes, Ma, sure. I'm so glad that I could come today, and thank you so much for your effort and for giving me such a beautiful scanning. Because to be honest, I've been preparing for this entrance exam for a bit, and the first thing I thought was that I will manifest it through Paramashiva, that this happens. And exactly what you said in the scan, that Paramashiva has revealed that I should just surrender. That's the first thing that I thought of when I started preparing. And it is what I've been trying to achieve. So it goes perfectly well with my plans, and it just helps me feel reassured that I was on the right path. So,
Wow.
yes, it's really amazing.
Yeah, exactly, Ma. See, that's the thing. Third eye can never lie. Anything third eye reveals. Some people click with it. Some people might think it's not true, but it can never lie. That is the honest truth. That's the genuine truth. That's the reality of third eye. That's the beauty of third eye. Because it's not us who's manifesting the power. We are just mere mediums, instruments for Paramashiva to flow through us, and Paramashiva can never be wrong.
Yes, Ma, truly. For even the neem juice and turmeric water, like I did it for a while when I was doing Nirahara, and it really worked. Like I was feeling so light, but I discontinued it. So you've reminded me. Thank you so much. I will do it again. Yes.
Uh, with the grace of Paramashiva, we are able to manifest these beautiful powers now. And understand, it's not just us who can manifest these powers. Any third eye awakened disciple, devotee, Balsins, anybody who has an awakened third eye can manifest all the 464 plus powers of Paramashiva. And it's not just us. And that is exactly what Swamiji is here for. And he beautifully says that I'm not here to prove that I'm God. Instead, I'm here to prove that you are God. And with this, we would like to offer our gratitude at the lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. and tune in for upcoming interesting events. And make sure to tune in back tomorrow at 6:30 IST for Uttamottama Seva. With this, we would like to end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadhaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukar Pranamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Continuously, we will do Vakyartha Sadas, Jivartha Sadas, and ask the Hindus to vote for various Hindu matters and offer the Vidhi and Nisheda, the Smriti for this Yuga. The Smriti for this Yuga will be revealed through Vakyartha Sadas, Jivartha Sadas, and voting. Finally, approved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we will be bringing new Smriti to life for this modern day. So next voting topic for Vakyartha Sadas, Jivartha Sadas, and voting, we are releasing the next topics. The first topic, temple protection. Should the temples all over the world, I wanted everyone to know, we discuss the global Hindu issues, not limited to any one country. We discuss global Hindu issues, not limited to any one country. We do not interfere in any one country's internal matters. We discuss issues for the global Hindus. So, the temple protection is the next issue all over the world. Should the temples to be given to the governments of those countries or not? Point 1. Point 2. Should Hindu temples reclaim their properties or not? Point 3. Should Hindu temples authority to run be given back to the original temple priests? Please understand, in many places, the founders and their family, the Karuvali Parampara and Guruvali Parampara, in some, the family and their sons, the descendants manage. In some, the Guru and disciple Parampara used to manage. So, the original owners, the Sampradaya Kartas, should Hindu temples' authority be given back to the original Sampradaya Kartas who used to be running it or not? This is the third issue. Next, on caste system. Should the caste system based on jati and varna be brought back or not? Next, Hinduism and secularism. Point 1. Should all the Hindus stop religious conversion or not? Point 2. Should Hindus stop calling themselves as seculars or not? So these are the next voting topic. Now the Vakyartha Sadas, Jivartha Sadas, voting. All the three will start. Please understand. Here I wanted to make an important point. In Hinduism, active participation is expected. See, you may vote just by saying yes or no, but that will be considered only as a participation, not active participation. If you give an explanation, your viewpoint, why you are voting for what you are voting, why you are doing what you are doing. If you present your powerful cognitions too, it will help the next generation Hindus. See, when you have a reason to vote for vegetarian food, and if you explain the reason also, after 100 years, if that reason has changed or that reason has become irrelevant, people can change the decision. So it will help for the generations to enjoy your expertise and your intelligence. That is the reason we request you to put your powerful cognitions, your thought currents also on record in the form of Vakyartha Sadas and Jivartha Sadas. So now I am projecting the link Hindu votes to vote and to share your opinion, valuable input. Please visit https tinyurl.com/Hindu votes. Hindu votes are sacred. Hindu votes matter. Hindu votes for Hinduism. To analyze, understand more and more about Hinduism, about the Dharma Shastras, spiritual principles, please get involved more and more in these principles of Hindu votes. So I am so happy to reveal the results of the earlier voting happened, and now the next further subject we have presented now almost 6 points for all of you to have Vakyartha Sadas, Jivartha Sadas and voting. Please get involved. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free passport and make billions receive this free passport. I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free passport and make billions receive this free passport. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
Okay, shall we start? Nithyanandam everyone. Let's start with Guru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramashivoham Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvadidam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamakshadilaksham Egam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhudam Bhavadidam Trigunaragidam Satgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome to the KAILASA panel, KAILASA dialogue. Today we are going to have a panel discussion on Hindu education global perspective. The world around us is changing rapidly, and the nature of an individual, job, relationships are rapidly changing as well. Human mind is more inquisitive than ever, and its intellectual pursuits are fueled by exponentially changing environments. However, is education ecosystem is adapting to this new reality? Is education is helping around to understand this change and prepare us for the future? Does education support and promote individual quest to understand the nature of one's own self? Does education throw light on what was the best in the past, what we are tracking in the present, and what we can carry forward to future? Is it really addressing this need of the hour? Does it bring out the best learning outcomes? This is not a debate or discussions at present. This kind of a hot debate was there earlier, and it is there now. It will be there in future too. So today we have a fantastic panel to discuss about it. We are going to discuss on how is this Hindu education on the global perspective. So what we are going to discuss specifically on Hindu education is, what is the purpose of the education? What are the problems to meet these purposes? What are the obstacles? And what are the possibilities? When we talk about the possibility, we are going to discuss about some of the successful case studies. So I call it as 3P: purpose, problems, and possibilities. When we are going to discuss about this, we are going to discuss this from all angles, from the parent angle, educators, researchers' perspective. So with this introduction, I would like to jump to introduce the panelist. NTV, can I have a panelist list? Yeah, so okay, so meanwhile NDV is presenting the slides, I will start introducing. We have a panelist today. Nilesh Vok is an author, a researcher, speaker, corporate consultant. He holds BS MS in chemical engineering and an executive MBA. He has published 3 books and writes extensively on ancient Indian history. I'm sure most of us must have read his book. It's an it's a beautiful book, was just proving how our Ramayana Mahabharata is not a myth. And so that Nilesh helps Indians become aware of deep antiquity of Indian civilization, so that truly comprehend, present, or defend the grand narrative of India, unlike the most Indic researchers, because he builds it through scientific acumen and logical reasoning. He is adjacent faculty at the Institute of Advanced Science in US. Okay, the next is welcome Nilesh ji. We are really honored to have you. Amala Stanley, principal for 36 years in Mumbai school, and she has really spent very good amount of time in educating the kids. And alternative educationist, is one of the known alternative educationists. She has groomed up the kid from the age of 2 to 16. She's very passionate about slow learners teaching. That's her core expertise. And apart from that, she's a spiritual seeker also. She's here to present her views on Hindu education. We are going to have similarly a Margaret Rasfield. She is bringing with 40 years of experience as an educationist. And in short, to tell you, she is belonged to the liberal school, a transforming school, and she has co-founded schools in the transformation. And she's a tech talker, and she has created a lot of changes in the education system in the German markets. And thanks so much, Margaret Ma. And Jamila Ma, welcome. And she is also accompanying with Margaret Ma. She's a young entrepreneur, author, speaker, trainer, and coach. And her Academy on the Blissfulness is well known for bringing up education, alternative education in the German market. And next is Ma Durga. She is a spiritual entrepreneur, and she's been part of our Nithyananda Gurukul in Asia since 2011, and she's a yogacharya, and she has spent 18 years in the field of marketing and communications. And she's one of the key acharyas of e-Gurukul. And Ma Vimuktananda, thanks for coming here, Durga Ma. Ma Nitya Vimuktananda is an ex-banker, an entrepreneur by profession. She's an acharya for e-Gurukul initiated by her guru, Nithyananda Paramashivam, and she is representative of e-Gurukul in India. And last, thank you, Sandibai, to being here. Sandibai is an IT entrepreneur, e-Gurukul acharya, live in Orlando, father of 2 children, and is a professional, and he is an e-Gurukul acharya also. He is going to bring to the table the perspective of parenting. So with this beautiful panel, let's start the broad question. So I've already set the context that everything is rapidly changing, so education is also. So when we are going to discuss about the Hindu education, we are going to ask this panelist the 3 broad questions. One is the purpose of the education, and problems and the possibility. So let me start with the panelists all the panelists, welcome once again. The first round is going to be a rapid fire round, means you can use a couple of sentences to answer this, so that we can move into the possibilities and problematic area. We can spend more time on that. So my first question is, what is the purpose of the education? Yes, I wanted to start with Amalama.
Nithyanandam, everyone, the panel members and the viewers. Since I was not trained in Gurukul education, my memory is not that much, so I have noted down a few points. So, in the human history, there is an everlasting struggle to be free from fear, free from anxiety, free from desire, free from greed, and all that. And Nelson Mandela has told very clearly, education is the most powerful weapon to change the world. But being in the educational line for so many years, I'm introspecting myself whether I have changed and not any change. Finally, what I have concluded, the true education should be to make the student to become free of all this kind of fears. That means what knowledge he has gained, that intellect should be converted to be transformed into intuition. The intellect and intuition together he should become intelligent enough in his conscious level. That's what I understood when I attended the Gurukul school. The children are trained, they educated at their conscious level, which is missing in the outside world, where I had spent a lot of energy, but for no change. This is what my observation. So it should be from knowledge to wisdom, intellect to intuition, so the intelligence. So he becomes free from all these fears, especially the fear of future, and he is able to establish himself as a good human being, himself and for others.
Thank you. Thank you, Amalama. Thank you for your short answer. So the key is intellect to intuition. Well, so Santidas Ayya, what do you think? What's the purpose of Hindu education? You have to unmute Ayya.
Yes, Nithyanandam, everyone. So for me, the purpose of education is to enable an individual or a being to express and explore life in any possible way without being overly concerned about external image. So we are always, if we look at it, 95% of our interactions, of our own dealing with ourselves, is blocked by our concern about our external image, what the society is thinking, what my parent is going to think, what my sibling is going to think. So it should be enabled to express ourselves to the fullest extent. That is one aspect. Fine. The second aspect is education also needs to enable sustenance of society based on mutual respect, where every being is responsible for every other being's freedom to exist without fear. There are two components to education that must enable. Self by itself cannot sustain. It has to live in a society. So what is its contribution to the society, and how the society has to form? So those two answers need to be provided by the education. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. Okay, Stephanie Ma, you have anything to add? We can keep this a rapid round, so even if you give a key point, we can discuss it, expand it further. Please continue.
Yes, just keep it very short. As a parent and a Gurukulacharya, I would say education should fulfill that kids can learn for life, that they are prepared for life, and that they know how life is working and how they can function also in life. That would be one aspect. And also that they can discover their whole potential and their life's purpose, and to live their life's purpose, and also to live a fulfilled life. That was it.
Thank you. So it's understanding the life purpose. Fantastic. Thank you. And yes, now Durgama, can you add something on what's the purpose of education?
Nithyanandam, welcome everybody. So to me, education, the purpose of education is to give children a balanced learning experience about self, about the people, the world, and God, so that they discover their possibility on planet Earth, they find their place, and they are able to coexist, peacefully with everybody. And that, to me, should be, a process of awakening in a child for why they have landed on planet Earth. To me, that should be added to what Master Stephanie said, is find that fulfillment ultimately. That's, to me, the importance of education. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's a balanced learning experience. Fantastic. Okay. So yes, Ma Vimukta, you want to add the purpose of education?
Nithyanandam, everybody. Yeah, for me, the purpose of education is to provide them Vatavarana, which will give them a possibility space for learning and exploring life, teach them life solutions, apart from the math, science, physics, what they learn, because life solutions will definitely open up greater possibilities for them. So this is not available in the outer world. Education is what I believe. As a parent, as a Gurukul parent, and as an e-Gurukulacharya, I see that life solutions will take the kids a very long way to actually explore their life and make them feel that everything is possible for them. They don't need to fear anything.
Fantastic. Okay. This is a life solution. So the key I'm just taking as a life solution is the purpose of education. Well, Nilesh Bhai, your thought on this purpose of education.
Namaskar to everyone. So since everyone has given the points, there is no point left for me. Rigveda has one rucha, and I'm convinced that it covers the whole pedagogy model. I'm just going to state it, and then I'll quickly tell you the 3 points. It goes something like this. Om Tvanno asya amate rutakshudo o abhishaste ravasprudi Tvanna uti tava chitraya diya shiksha shachishta gatuvita. Here the teacher's role is seen as a guide or a coach, but the 3 quick points I want to give you are Amati, Kshuda, and Abhishastu. A number of panelists have already covered it, which is to say you want to get rid of your ignorance, you want to get rid of your Kshuda, and you want to get rid of your Abhishastu. So in effect, you would like to get the wisdom, you want to satisfy your hungers, and it's not the hunger of the stomach, but hunger of the mind, hunger of body and everything, and have a balance. That is that Abhishastu, so remove the Abhishastu, remove the imbalance.
Absolutely. So excellent. So ignorance, when you say hunger, it's not only a hunger of stomach, it's a quest. That's what we were talking about, the quest of a human mind, quest of an intellect. So the education has to take care of, ignite and just quest the thirst of an individual. That's fine. So in short, you can say eliminating ignorance, hungers, sickness. Sickness is not a right translation, but just for a sake of not having a better word, so we'll keep that. So this is beautiful. So we we are just concluding the first part of the purpose of education. So thanks, panelists. It's a fantastic keywords. There is something called intellects to intuition. We were talking about a balanced learning, life solutions, eliminating ignorance, hungers, and identification and pursuit of goals and desires. Well, and life, fulfilling the life. It's all beautifully we are talking about it. So, well, we know this is a purpose. We know this is the exact purpose, somewhat exact purpose of education or Hindu education. So we will be start talking about what is the real problem, what is the challenges, or what is the obstacles we are, facing to fulfill this purpose. So where we get stuck, we know currently that our purpose of net met, that's very clear. I think there is no need of any research there. We know the purpose, and the existing system is not fulfilling that. We know it. But instead of me just saying a word, I invite Stefima. She has done a research on what is the current state of education and what are the outcome of the current education. So if you could be able to present that, it would be nice, Stefima. NTV, can you just present that? Children's problem?
Yes, Nithyananda. So this is a conclusion of different statistics all over the world, from India, the US, and also Europe. And here you see that the main problems that we are facing in the world today with the kids and children and teenagers is that one part is, for example, that they are extremely under stress. So 45% of teens are reporting that they are under stress all the time. Next one, please. We can go through it pretty quickly. So the next one, is it showing up already? Next one is the substance abuse. So we have about 1 of 10 boys, for example, that are regularly taking drugs and substances, including tobacco, different substances, alcohol, heroin. I cannot read it from here. Yes, and different other substances. Next one, please. So we have also many mental disorders. There was a statistic that 1 out of 11 youth are given psychiatric drugs. You can all research it. When you just Google it, it all just shows up. Next one, please. We just go through that pretty quickly. Then also teenage pregnancy. Per 1,000 girls in the age of 15 to 19, they become pregnant. That was the statistics from 2008 and 2008 and 2009. We have other statistics as well. Next one, please. Then obesity is also a very big problem, especially in the US. We have over 10 times more children and adolescents obese in 2016, around 124 million. They're just like some little snippets just to get a little insight of what all is there. Cyberbullying, there was a statistic, a study done where it was shown that over half of the teens are suffering under online bullying, which includes different platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and others. Next one, please. And 8 to 10% of the school-age kids are suffering from ADHD. Over 10 million of kids every year diagnosed with ADHD. This is another little ankle of it. Next one, please. And also depression and burnout is a huge topic all over the world. And there was a study, for example, where 20% of all the teens experience depression before they are adulthood. And there has been a 75% increase in depression cases, with 60% contemplating and adapting suicide over the last 5 years. For example, in Mumbai, there were studies done in India. For example, in Mumbai, 3 people commit suicide every day. And the 2 leading causes are love breaks up or even examination pressure. And that is mentioned as one of the main topics for suicide. Next one, please. So the suicide is becoming a really large killer, so to say. And when we just look at the numbers here, suicides per year, 265,000 just in India. About 1 million suicides by youth, ages 10, and so on. So there is a lot. There's a huge suicide rate as well.
Great.
Yes, and to conclude it all, actually, let's go to the second last slide. So yes,
Yes.
The school is not teaching how to deal with life.
Exactly. So this is all we would have heard all this terminology then and there, here and there: suicide, cyberbullying, teenage pregnancy, and all this we know that, and depressions, and the examination. Earlier, before 22 decades, 3 decades back, that suicide used to happen when the people are not passing the exams. Now I was reading that article that people now, in after getting 90, 95, they feel that just by few percentage, few points, few dot points they missed, and suicides are happening. So that's what the statistics says. So this clearly indicates the problem somewhere. This education is not clearly making this all this statistics what we are seeing before is a dark statistics stopping. I mean, on one side we say the education literacy rate is going up and up, and we are finding another side all these problems are growing up and up. This is where I wanted to invite Amalama, who has done this research on this side, and 40 years she has really spent a time in a ground level with the schools, and she's still consulting many schools. I want your opinion, Amalama.
See, I can speak from my experience only. Now it was maybe Stefanama has told about the suicides. Okay, while as a student, when they are studying itself, things are happening. That's why I wrote once one article in a daily paper, weekly journal. I wrote an article, celebrate examination. Celebrate examination. Examination should not be pressure for you. It should be like a treasure to check, how, okay, this much I know, this I don't know. So yet to know. There is no depression of I don't know, yet to know. So it was appreciated by so many parents, madam. There is first time we hear celebrate examination. Otherwise, it is such a pressure both for the parents, students, and even the teachers, the principals, I would say. When there is an examination, board examination, right from the principal till the result comes, all are in tension. So that means the examination is taken in a different turn. The purpose what for it is made, but it has gone into another level. So we have to, right from the beginning, the school is a word only. The meaning of the school word is like, it's coming from a Greek word, leisure. So whether the children are learning leisurely. See, this examination is one point, how much leisurely they are learning. Like, this is one thing. Say, this is while you are studying. Another one, I have a very shocking experience, which gave a big blow to me, which I was carrying for a long time in my mind as a guilt feeling. There was a child whom I had taught him. He was he was the toppermost student, so-called topper. He was a topper, and his name is still on the board. He was the topper of the school. And even in his life, I heard that he is successful. What is the meaning of the successful? That success for the world, but whether he was really successful for him, because after when he was doing his MD, I came to know about him, very successful in the college also. After he became a doctor, he was a very successful doctor, but one fine day I got the news he committed suicide. So it was a very shocking, and I went into a guilt feeling than what I had done, what education I had given him. So I have trained him to be how to go for his living, but not his life.
For life, exactly.
So here I felt like something is going wrong. Similarly, once one child at 2 o'clock, middle of the night, I got a call from a child, madam, I want to end my life. Before that, I want to hear you. I want to see you. I told my child, it is 2 o'clock. He was about to get married. She's saying, I am going to die, but before dying, only one person I want to see or think, it is you, to hear you. So I told, okay, you love me, so you want to hear me. On the spot, I was counseling him, but I also love you, so you should listen to me what I say. Just wait to die. You go home peacefully. Tomorrow morning, we can discuss about it. After that, you can die. Okay, like that. What? So I prevented that suicide. So with all that, what I had, that is something is going wrong. So I feel, see, I am so-called a successful principal, as you know, but what is that success? What is the meaning of that success? Whether I have created a children to be, I mean, as I say repeatedly, as Swamiji's very famous word, consciousness. It is not conscience, what is right or wrong, but in their conscious level, are they educated? So the consciousness should be the product of education, where we are not. I am not pushing, I mean, giving the blame, but when we are working in a system, we are following the same system. When Swamiji said, I am reviving Hinduism, I was so happy. The terminology is very correct. Education is one part of Hindu Vedic science or Hinduism. So he says Hinduism, even the education, revive that.
Exactly.
Revive that. I had attended a lot of seminars, conferences, educational conferences. Finally, all were just intellectual entertainment.
Correct.
This vocabulary also I get from Swamiji only. He uses so many vocabularies like this. So for me, I say it was just intellectual entertainment. When we are there, we are so much activated. We have to do this, that. Once we are out of the zone, we are back to the pavilion.
So the question is, yes, ma, perfect question. It is like, so successful life, but he doesn't know he got the living purpose, but not a life. That's a key I'm taking from you. It's really
that is what.
Absolutely great.
So
Thank you.
We have to get into that, how to go. There is solution. When I had visited, I mean, it is a blessing in disguise. Because of all this, I went close to Swamiji.
Yes, we will discuss that in the possibility thing. I want another panel to jump in the problem also. Prematma Swami is here. Manitya Prematma Swami is here. Yes, yes, ma. You would like to add on? We are discussing about the purpose problem. So if you want to add up something, please.
Yes, thank you, Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, everyone, it is really wonderful to see a very important topic that we are discussing today, the education and the purpose of it, and the problems that we are facing, and many more panelists are going to address these problems that we are facing with the current education system that we are facing today. It is at this juncture, as Amalama was sharing, how Swamiji is reviving Hinduism. He has given, as he is reviving Hinduism, he is giving us the freedom, not only the right for education, but the right for right education. And in that, he is giving us the right to make the choices. What type of education should our kids have? What, should our temples be run by us, or should it be run by government? And should we Hindus be vegetarian or non-vegetarian? All these important factors, and education comes as one of the key component of our lifestyle. Who is making decisions on all this? Now he, for the first time, is giving us the freedom to make a choice. So I'm just here jumping in to remind everyone, as we are discussing a very important topic today, let us remember our rights. Let us exercise our rights here by casting our vote. So since the last week, we are also discussing on the conversion that is going on. So the religious conversion. So in this, we have the choice, we have the right to cast our vote. The right conversion is right, or should it be an option even? So where, should the conversion be forced on us? So cast your vote with the hashtag Hindu votes are sacred, and the link is projected, kailasa.org/Hindu votes. So requesting everyone, as we are discussing the important problems that we are facing with the education system and the modern lifestyle, to cast our vote and make our voices heard. It is important that Hindus make our voices heard. We are over 2 billion Hindus that live. It is important that every single voice is heard. So we choose what is our education. We choose what our lifestyle should be, and we choose how our life should be. So thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to interrupt and remind everyone, as we are talking very important topic here.
Thank you so much, Ma. It's very important when we talk about education, that to Hindu education, it's not only what we are getting, it is a responsibility also. Nowadays, we are talking about a democracy. Hinduism is the one which has given democracy for everything. Okay, our voting, Swatyas, Tasadas, Jiva Tasadas, this kind of a mechanism, tools were there for a pretty long time. So I request all the viewers, please go there and just vote for it. This is just showing that you are taking a first responsibility. That's the reason even in India, when we see the voting, even in the election, we are not even crossing 60-70%, because we feel that only we have to raise the voice, but we don't need to vote. This becomes a part of our DNA, so please, let's not be like that. Let's be a responsible Hindu voters. And all the topics, what's all going on is very much relevant to the Hinduism. Please just vote. Okay, so let's continue our discussion on the problem, what as an education ecosystem is facing. I invite Shanti Das Ayya. He is going to give a perspective from the parental point of view. Yep. Shanti Ayya, please.
Yes. So I'm a father of two children. One is 11 and one is 16. Both of my children are high achieving, well mannered, and they're sensible kids. They're well regarded among their peers, in the academic performance is very good. They do well. But as they are interacting with the external world, as well as among their friends, and certain things that concerns me, and the way I would like to, not just concerns me, I do not know how to address them. For example, some of my concerns and worries are related to drugs. I have a 16-year-old. He has his friends, families. He hangs out with his friends of similar age kids, and related to pornography, related to sex. And if you look at these three issues that I just highlighted, it is prevalent among urban youths. I don't know much about rural youths, but it is prevalent irrespective of India or Western country. Many times people think that it is a Western phenomenon. No, that is not true.
Absolutely.
I grew up in India. I did all my education in India. So I can affirmatively say that it is not a localized Western phenomenon. It is as much prevalent in India as here. Only thing is we may not be discussing as openly about it.
Exactly. Thank you.
If I get to my youth, I can distinctly recollect how some of these issues affected my personality, development, well-being, and rational thinking.
Yes, sir.
If I get to myself, as a parent, if I go back in time and start thinking how those topics have affected me directly in my interaction, my main concern is how to build a child who can differentiate between right and wrong. How do I make the child realize in his context, his physical development, his desire for sex, his desire for fit in? How can I build a child who can harmoniously work with all the situations where he doesn't have to regret?
Got it. Got it.
All so things that I am saying, it's not just for my child. I reflect back on my own personal life and see how these things has carried me through in my life and what I am today. Exactly. And what are the different conflicts that I go through on a day-in, day-out basis and try to rationalize with it. So the similar things, if I put my child on a similar spot, I would like to answer this question. I would like to engage with him in a way. The education, as well as me, myself, need to engage with my child so that I feel comfortable that, yeah, I am building a right child.
Thank you. Got it, Ayya. Got it. So this is, as you exactly put it, it's not the Western kid or, Indian kid. This is a teenage problem. And yes, drugs, sex, pornography, and their communications with the parents is all the typical teenage problem. And yes, so we'll just see how we have a panelist. We have some successful panelists who have solved the solution. So let's see how they are, going to address that. Can I go to Ma Durga? Ma Durga, you have anything to say on the problem on the education things quickly?
Okay, so recently I've been seeing a lot of teenagers getting into this problem of giving up on themselves and totally disengaged in the learning process. See, education should trigger the passion for learning. But I am seeing that more and more children, our teenagers, by the time they reach teenagers, they have completely been, I would say, disengaged in the, the education system. Yes, they just like so bored with it.
Yeah.
They are so bored with it. They start dabbling in all the distraction, whether it's addiction, like what Sadhya was saying, addiction, things that for entertainment, and mixing up with all kinds of even substance abuse, just to forget about the problem they're facing. They just try to escape life.
Got it.
Because of that, they're falling into this thing I call unconsciousness. When you become unconscious, what happened? All the worst thing can happen.
Exactly.
So this is what I'm seeing, and I'm seeing a lot of kids are falling into depression, falling into addiction, falling into falling prey into the pornography industry. So that's all I'm seeing.
Great. So extending what you're saying, Durgama, it's that's a Vadavarna. Even if you're just looking at the government or the institutions, they have a completely linear version. Today, what government is bragging about? Every government is coming and saying that we are, they are not really, I can say, not too much caring about what is the kind of an education we have to give. We will discuss about it, our new education policies from Indian government in possibility sections. But overall, we have done a thorough research on how our syllabus got set up in Indian government, and we have seen, what is the context, what is the thinking behind any government, not only Indian government, any government is basically they just say that it is nothing but an industry servicing resources. For example, industry need this. Is it government is creating that kind of a skill set people? Okay, our GDP has gone this much, it's going to this much, so we need this kind of a skill people. Let's develop that. So they are just focusing on only a skill development of the resources. So it's all been considered as a resources. Human or kids are not considered as a source of the life. That's one of the click. I'm just getting and extending your thought. Yes, can we, Nilesh Ayya, you have anything to add on to this education problem we are currently facing on?
Okay, quickly. So think of the aptitude test. Like for everything, there is some kind of qualifying exam, whether East or West. You can take it as many times as you like. So it starts with that. And someone mentioned Swamiji's word, like, the education is intellectual entertainment. Frankly, if it was entertainment, I wouldn't mind. I think it's an intellectual boredom. Okay, that kind of, feeds into that test, all right? And so as a student, what I have seen is the boredom, that's what they feel, so it's not just, if the entertainment, that's actually a good way, because there is a saying, to the extent you entertain the student, to that extent they learn it well. I wish it was like that, but on the other hand, as a teacher, and I stopped teaching in the universities because I got really bored, myself, because I noticed that the students, unfortunately, because of this infrastructure, are focused on their scores, their grades, and they're truly not paying attention in the sense of truly learning. They just want to prepare for the test.
Great, got it. So I just would like to just check up. So what is Nilesh has driven you? Like, I know that you are from Indian system. You said it's a boring, and US also, I understand from your things, more or less it's a boring system. And I never know school, the meaning of the school is leisure. If I've known from Amlama, I would have told to my teachers. Unfortunately, yeah, it is a leisure, but not for the student. It's a leisure place for the teachers. So with this environment, what driven Nilesh Oak to break that shell and create something for Hinduism?
Okay, well, I was lucky. See, I did not go through a school system that was boring at all. In fact, I grew up in a village in India for first 15 years of my life. where there was no electricity, nothing, just no conveyances, no telephone, no TV, nothing. So actually it was not boring at all. That's number one. But what really allowed me, in some fashion, it was a mix of, it wasn't a purely Gurukula system either. But what I see, just quickly, let me take a digression for the Gurukula system. There was this flexibility, for example, the two words that were used. Typically in the ancient system, the time period for education was thought to be 12 years, and it could be longer. And they used to get two types of degrees, if you want to use the modern terminology. Either the person was called Vidya Snatak, or a what is the other word, Vrata Snatak, and so Vidya, just like in a Western system, you can learn fast and finish your degree faster, right? Finish your degree faster. So if somebody finishes in 6 years, the person will get that degree of so-called Vidya Snatak. But somebody is not very good, let's say, in terms of certain subjects, that person still spends 12 years and get well grounded for successful life. And that is a Vrata Snatak. And actually Snatak, the word comes from a snan. When as a graduation, the guru used to give a bath, a shower to the student. That's where the word comes from. Oh. And if someone is good at both, then that person will get a title Ubhaya Snatak. And so quickly, my answer is, I had this totally free time to do what I wanted to do. And my parents both were teachers, but they didn't ask me what grades I was getting. They could sense what I must be doing. So I was lucky. That's what I would say.
Okay, great. That's really a very good insight. Thanks so much. Yes, Prematma Swami, you want to add something here?
Yes, again, I just wanted to remind everybody about our rights. It is because we are not exercising our rights as Hindus. We are in this situation right now. So even with the education, the main reason why we are even at this situation of eating the Macaulay education and suffering with it, it is because we did not make our voices are heard. When it is time now, we have that freedom, that right to choose the Hindu lifestyle. We had the best of everything, whether it is education, whether it is medicine, whether it is art, science, temples. We had every best of everything. And now we have the opportunity to bring back that glory of Hindu education system. So I'm just going to remind everyone, please take a few moments now to cast your vote on the Hindu way of lifestyle. So the hashtags Hindu votes are sacred. Please visit our website, that is projected, kailasa.org/Hindu votes, and cast our votes. As Hindus, we have the right and freedom to choose our lifestyle, whether it be education, whether it be our temples, the way we worship, and whole lifestyle. So I'm just going to jump in, and I wanted to thank you, Ayya, for giving me this chance, that reminding everyone to please cast your vote. The Hindu votes are important, and our voices matter, because not only us, our future generation, especially, it has a huge impact. So every choice that we make now affects our future generation. So I'm requesting everyone, all the viewers that are watching, to please cast your vote. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So now this religious conversion, what we are talking about, how this impact education, we all know that. Personally, I studied from a convent school. I know it's a normal so-called secular school, you can call it as. It's in Tamil Nadu. So every functions and art of it, it'll have a direct, insult on Hindu arts. Okay, I really don't understand why they have to, in the school functions, they come and dress like Bhagavadar and Dikshadar, and they make a fun out of Hinduism art. So. In India, you know that even though it's called as a secular thing, secular is nothing but an anti-Hindu. Okay, and you can be comfortably anti-Hindu. Okay, so it's very important to raise the voice, and it's important to understand what is the change has to be brought in. Maybe unfortunately, last 30-40 years, even we don't have a platform to raise the voice. We don't have a chance. We don't have a place to just say that, hey, we don't want it. Okay, somewhere you need to have a place. Hey, come on, this is really disturbing me. It's hurting me. Come on, leave it. So that option is not available now. With this voting option, you have an option to say, hey, come on, stop it. I don't want to have all this kind of a force of this religious conversation happen to me. Please stop it. So please, all the viewers, share this to your friends, acquaintances, families, and this is going to really save the education of your family and future generations. And we have suffered. Let's not allow our future generation to suffer more. So let's continue that this problematic thing. So I think we have more or less we have discussed about what is the real problems we are facing to achieve our purposes. Okay, so it's a beautiful sharing. I'm really beautifully taken by the Nilesh ji's examples in the story he was trying to say, and we have seen from the parenting point the concerns of the parenting. It's a real concern. Okay, the Vada Varna, they are not in the positions to control the Vada Varna. You have to allow your kids the mobile. You have to allow the kids to go there and interact with their friends. But still, you want to have somewhat sanity so that the kids doesn't get damaged inside. So this is an issue as Madhurga and Sandibai was mentioning about it. So well, we discussed enough about the problem. So I would like to take all of you to the possibility segment. So in the possibility segment, yes, there are certain solutions existing, and there are few success case studies are there. I wanted to present you that. So in this regards, I would like to invite Margaret and Jamila. I have not asked them, I have not involved them in the earlier things so that they can just listen the problems and the purposes, expressed by the panelists. And I wanted to just, invite them to show what they have done with the liberal schooling, homeschooling, and the changes they have done. So I've seen the videos, and I've had an opportunity to just quickly glance at the TED presentation. It's so wonderful. Margaret Ma, welcome. Please share your opinions.
Yes, thanks for that we can speak to you. We have the same problems in Germany, you told us. And in Germany, we have a very selective school system. When children are 10 years old, they are selected in diverse schools, and those who are in the upper schools are thinking that they are not good enough and such things. So what we do was the UNESCO set up 4 pillars of learning after the Rio conference in 1996. And the pillars are learning to learn is so important as learning to act in the real world, as learning to live together, as learning to be. Who am I? What is my mission in this world? What are the gifts I bring with me, and how I can match them with the challenges in the world? And so we built up, I built up 2 schools on these 4 pillars, and we have new learning formats. You learn to live together if you live together. So we take all children, they are not selected, they learn together, and they learn in mixed age groups so that they can help one another. They learn on individual ways. We took away the marks for the first 2 years. Also they come when they are 11 years old, and they leave when they are 19. And instead of marks, they become personal feedback, and teachers have a new role. They support them. They have time every week to meet the students and to ask them, how are you, and do you need support or not, and so on. And without marks and learning on individual ways, you take away the comparison and the wie heißt das? Yeah, they cannot compare because they learn individual. But this is only 10 hours from 35 hours a week. We have created new subjects, and these subjects are in life. They learn not in school, but in the real world. And that are three subjects. One is a project day, 1 day a week. They learn on their own questions on the sustainable development goals in teams, and they get knowledge and they bring solutions in the school or in the communities. The second one is responsibility. It's a subject at our school and many other schools in Germany now. That means we give them time every week so they can engage in a social or ecological project in the community, and so they learn with their heart and they learn that they are important. Jamila will tell you what she learned.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So
And the third one is challenge. 3 weeks out of home, free from parents, free from teachers, over life with €5 a week, and they learn so much. Jamila, I give to you the word.
Yes, welcome, Jamila.
Thank you for having me. Thank you so much. It was so interesting listening to you and what is happening in other cultures, especially since we seem to have the same problems and difficulties in education. And me being have been a student up until last year when I graduated, I was very thankful for having the experience, that I made the experience, just like you, Nilesh, being free in school and doing whatever I wanted, whatever interested me, and wherever I felt alive and like I was valued as a child and could explore what my life is really about, what I can bring to the table, what worth I can bring to the world, and what values at the same time bring to myself, and live my life as a happy kid, or now a happy about to be adult. So experiencing, for instance, that I had responsibility for my life as well as for my own learning, as well as for other people, that I had the strength to bring value to the world was very nice doing this responsibility project. Or and the projects where I had the ability to learn by myself, for myself, knowing I'm not learning for grades, I'm not learning for my parents, not learning for the teachers, but actually learning for my life because I want to know something, I want to have that knowledge, but I also gather my own life experience and my own wisdom that only I can, give to the world as a human being and as an individual. Was very important to me to realize that my own worth as a human being. And I think when the question came up, like, what is the purpose of education? In truth, for me, it was really offering young people or kids a space that they can explore their own lives, their own values, and realize that they're actually conscious creators, the topic of consciousness of, wow, I can actually create my own life, and therefore I can be part of the creation in the whole world. And it is possible for me to change something, and my life matters. Therefore, I don't even have the thoughts of killing myself because I know that I'm just worth so much. And I know that in Germany too, there are suicides because of pressure, because they think that they are just not good enough to live, or they failed. And this feeling of failing is very important, because in school, people measure you with, yes, you're right, or no, you're not right, you're wrong. And this being wrong, feeling that I am wrong in my life, can really trigger something, feeling worthless. And it's so important for kids to feel the worthiness and to feel that they're taken seriously, and that they can actually do something and own up their own life and also enjoy their life. Kids have to play, they have to enjoy learning, and otherwise it's not even entertainment, it's really boredom. And that's just a waste of time, and it doesn't really add up the value to the hours that we spend in school or in educational institutions.
Okay, so how do you bring this? I understand you are trying to bring some conscious educations. I just saw your few things there where you are giving more emphasis of the happiness of the kids, blissfulness of the kids. That's what you're giving more emphasis. That's great. not comparing. These are all good values. But how do you have a tools, or you have a certain kind of a curriculum? What are the things you have, and how do you accommodate this in the whole ecosystem of your country's education system? How do you do that?
At first we built up the school, and many people were interested in. Although in Germany, many people feel that there is something wrong with the system, but they don't have the new pictures. They are very in the box with their thinking. And so we opened the school for visitors, and many come, and we had to manage it. And we give it to the students. And 13 and 14-year-old students taught the teachers and the headmasters and the professors from the university who come, and they have a very strong power on them because they did it from their hearts and they convinced them. And then we go out. We were invited at many conferences, and we do it active. We had a bus, and we went to whole Germany with this bus with 8 children, with a very famous professor for
neuroscience.
Neuroscience, and me, and we reached 11,000 people in this week. And then we founded this initiative, School and Transformation, and we help schools in transforming. And what is helping us now very much is that the UNESCO, focusing on the global goal number 4, say there is a new sense in learning. We have to switch. We need a paradigm shift. The sense of learning is now learning to change the world, and that is what we are doing. And so we are we are designed from the UNESCO as a change maker, and we can go to the ministries. And now it's actually a really great movement now.
Fantastic.
And with the internet and with Instagram and all these things, and with digital teaching, we reach many others, and it is changing.
So this is the new phenomena. When we are talking about the possibility, this is a buzzword in the current education system, neuroscience, and nice to know government is very much supporting it, and you are in a good supporting ecosystem where you could be able to meet a lot of universities, schools, and trying to bring these changes. All the best for it. And same thing, even in India, slow and steadily, this neuroscience is getting, catching up, I can say. Our new education policies, I won't say it's a great breakthrough, but at least some talk about, some discussions about things are happening. Like what is the best way this neuroscience can contribute to the educations, from the mugging up, we call it as in Hindi very colloquially radar things, just mugging up things and just going for a mark and comparisons, how the brain starts working and how it can be beautifully used to bring out some changes for the best outcomes in the education. That is a talk going on. In this direction, I would invite Steffi Ma to share something. As a part of Hinduismpedia, we are doing a lot of research. I'm just trying to tell our viewers that Hinduismpedia is it's an authenticate Hindu resource. In this one of vertical we are doing research is Hindu education. A part of the Hindu education, we are continuously doing research on neuroscience, and Steffi Ma is doing that. So I would like to invite her to just share it quickly. If you can just share the conclusion of it. NTV, can you place the presentation of neuroscience? This is the third presentation.
Yes, so what we are seeing today is what you just said, Aya, that there is a huge interest in neurosciences and how the brain is functioning, and also to use it to support education and how to learn how to teach actually, and how to create a education. So many things can be investigated. For example, the memory, the stress, how music is functioning on the brain and everything. There are many aspects that can be investigated. And teachers can be taught how to teach. So when we just have this perspective, just the perspective on how to teach, then we are just looking on an outer like skill set that the teachers can develop. And for the kids also, more a kind of an outer view of how things are working and functioning and so on. Yes, let's go to the next one. But is it all that kids need for the life, to prepare for life, to have new learning strategies, to know how to learn and all of this? Is that all for the kids to live a fulfilled life and to find their purpose and to live their purpose? Next one, please. And also, are these learning strategies really everything that we can provide to the kids? So there is much more in life, I think, to than to make grades and to show how you can learn and all of this. We are much more complex. And when we look at the next slide, there is much more involved in life, and there are many more connections than just with the teacher, the school, and the skill set that we learn. So to find out how we can live life, we need much more, and also to find our purpose, and also to live our life from the inside and not just from the outside, from the skill set that we are receiving.
Got it. Yes. Yes, Ma. Thank you. Is there anything to add, Steffi Ma? Anything you want to conclude?
Yes, the conclusion would be that we should come back to a connection, to a wider perspective, to the connection of our like inner core, to the divine, and to find this inner space again. And there is a huge inner science for that. And the Vedic scriptures are delivering all of it.
All of it, yes. So the key is yes. So Amlama, you have anything to add quickly? This you being from the background of neuro, How do you see this neuroscience and our Vedic also go together and hands in hand?
See, what I say, this is a neuroscience. After all, now we do it, and finally for what? For some result, right? But the result as such has been obtained in the Vedic time already. Now we are exploring in the line of neuroscience, but if we come to see those days, anti-Hindus, these people have made a myth like that Hindu Vedic education is only for yoga, breathing, only exercise, nothing else like. But it has explored every field, all those days Vedic Gurukul educated people only. Aryabhatta, Bhaskaracharya, they all have evolved and have contributed to the world. That is from Gurukul education. See the temples built those days, what an engineering it was. Astroscience, you see, every field Vedic science has done very elaborately in a very natural way, which is missing now. That's what I say. So we have to make a curriculum according to the nature of the human being. See, 2 to 5 years. Actually, after coming from Gurukul, my stay, I started with a few kids. Point not one of Gurukul thing. Like I started with Sanskrit slok. I just gave a plan to them and to explain that, not from your thought, just free mind to explain about the plant. So I could see some changes in the child, the interest for the child to learn. So my sincere appeal is, go into the Hindu Vedic system, explore, prepare a curriculum. As Swamiji claims, revive it. Nothing to prepare new. It is already there. So just revive it. That's there already. So revive the curriculum, revive the Hindu Vedic system, prepare a curriculum for the child to learn in his natural way, and to make him realize, see, now the scientists are all experimenting beyond matter, but a human being itself is a matter. Let him learn himself also first. That's what Vedic science did. What my simple definition of Vedic science is, it prepared the soil before to put the seed. That is what they have done when they were small children. This is what soil and seed system should be there. So explore into the Vedic system, which has been done years back. Find out from that, and then you prepare a curriculum. At least in 10 years, we may have a different cultured kids. Okay, what is past is past. At least now, from now onwards, we are entering into it. Then after 10 years, we can find a new generation, new change due to this education. This is what my simple longingness and my appeal to the society.
Super. Thank you, Ma. Thank you so much. That's exactly Swamiji is trying to do. Well, now I invite Durga Ma Mavibhuktananda to just explain something on what you all trying to do. We talked about the problem, and we are now in the process of talking about what are the possibilities, how we are addressing all these problems through the service offering you are doing through Gurukul or e-Gurukul systems.
And so basically, the whole revival of this Gurukul system. See, Swamiji say that the future of education is Gurukul, Vedic education system. There's no doubt about it, because the way how the world is becoming awakened and conscious, because more parents are discovering the current education system is fundamentally flawed. It's not going to bring, the full potentiality of a child. So more and more parents are now looking outside and see where they can find solution for the children. So I think now is the best time to help parents understand the possibility that lies within the Gurukul system. See, the Gurukul system, which has been, destroyed in India, by a lot of anti-Hindu forces, and now Swamiji has taken the responsibility to revive Gurukul. Is actually going to be a very important conscious shift for the next generation, because the system itself, it's about awakening the consciousness in the being, which means fundamentally the child will be awakened by the time they reach 21. Before, they go into the society. Yes, before they contribute in the life, they will be already an enlightened soul, enlightened being, and they will know what is their life purpose. Everything would already be so clearly, visualized or been awakened in them. See, one of the best things that I have also learned while working with the kids and in this system is that, every one of us come with certain bio memory, certain, basically life purpose, or say prarabdha karma. And when a child is able to be given the Avatarana to be studied in the Gurukul system, the Guru not only initiates the child to awaken whatever they have already brought in this lifetime, but also upgrade their biomemory for the purpose they have assumed the body. So this is something that only a Gurukulam system can offer, that possibility.
Absolutely.
Not just awakening, but updation. That is like
very important. Yes.
Very important, because then by the time the child is 21, they already know why they're here, the space in this world and the contribution. And they will not be wasting time, energy, and life doing frivolous things or doing, things that destroy themselves. Exactly. So that part of it is very important. They need to be given that foundation of given the environment for the child to realize, why they're here, how to handle themselves. Actually, one of the problems I see, just going back, is that a lot of kids in the modern day do not know how to handle themselves. They may be able to study for exam, but they don't know how to handle themselves. And to me, that is a big failure in the education system.
Yeah, so we talked about that problem. Can you just address that? How do you address this in your e-Gurukul? Can you just tell me how, if you have any cases where you could be able to solve this, or just if you quickly just share your success cases, it would be nice. At the same time, there are many parents viewing this can take up that options also from you if you have already some success case study.
Yes, I have numerous success cases in Singapore, which I'm so delighted to see and very encouraged by the system of this Vedic education system, Gurukul. See, a lot of kids, by the time they come to, e-Gurukul, many of the kids are already very much battled consciously by the modern education system. They are so lack of self-confidence. They're unsure about themselves. Their inner space is filled with impossibility. I can't do this. This is too difficult. No, I don't want to do this. A lot of negativity fill their inner space. They can't even see the possibility in themselves. They are so low in their confidence level and their self-esteem, so much self-doubt they carry. And that was the first thing I saw when we introduced the tattvas of integrity. So within weeks, I'm seeing them start flowering, start regaining their confidence and start aligning themselves back to integrity and dropping their impossibility. That shift happened and they start manifesting power so easily, so casually. That is the success I'm seeing. And they are so motivated. They're becoming so motivated to come to classes, to do their work. They are no longer like a drag going to, going to school or doing the things. They become such a beautiful, motivated kids, bubbly and happy and excited. And the excitement, the spark I see in their eyes is so fulfilling, because that's what all kids should be. They should be radiating life, excitement, enthusiasm, adventure in life. And what we're seeing in kids nowadays, they're bored, they're so negative, they're so, I would say depressed, or some of them are so critical, they're so hating themselves so much. It's really very, very disturbing to see kids in the modern education that they make them to be such a byproduct.
Absolutely, right, Ma. So, yeah, great. So,
I want to share something.
Yeah.
I'd like you to share something.
Thank you so much. I'll just quickly share and just agreeing with Ma Durga, what she said, because even in India, I have seen the kids just flowering in the Gurukul, basically the...
Ma, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I'm audible now. Yeah. So I agree with Ma Durga, because here in India also, when we are taking the e-Gurukul, which is what Swamiji has blessed all of us with, the kids are really flowering in the e-Gurukul. They so many problems, like they are so restless, and sometimes they are not able to sit in a place, and they're not able to sit with themselves. I've had so many parents who have been complaining, small kids, 3 years, 4 years, they're not sitting in one place. They're too hyper, all this is shown as a big problem actually. But when they come to e-Gurukul, they are so happy and they are so much engaged, and they just flow with life. It's such a beautiful thing to see, and that's how they are supposed to be, is what I also agree, because they are supposed to have that glitter in their eyes, when they just come and, sit and do the power manifestation. Then they do it so casually. It's everything that we teach them, the tattvas, the whatever Swamiji has given us as a syllabus for them, everything, they just grasp it so beautifully, and they simply start applying it in their lives. It's beautiful, no doubts, nothing, and it's so nice. So definitely I feel the e-Gurukul and the Gurukul kind of education which Swamiji has introduced is one of the best solutions for teaching life solutions to the people.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So, great. We see. Okay. So what I'm trying to summarize is we have a lot of possibility. We have listened from Margaret Ma, who has done a lot of successful possibility in Western. She could able to create a happy, blissful education system, and they could able to talk to the entire educational ecosystem and create positive changes. And we have e-Gurukul, where Ma Durga and Ma Vimukta were sharing that how they could able to bring changes in the kids. Okay, so this, yes, there are good possibilities are there, and here I would like to it's this all not in the government framework. Still, in our government we are talking about skill development. So to summarize, what I'm just thinking is there are a focus on just skill, and neuroscience kind of a concepts are coming to the brain development. So you have something at a low level called skill development, little higher level we talk about the brain development. But once again, as Amla was telling, what are you going to do? Once again, you do all this neuroscience, this and that, and finally you want to get the best result out of mark out of, unless and until the system changes outside, unless and until the thought process of the education, of the basic definition of education changes in the Vatavarna and for an individual, particularly for the parents. So here the parents are the very key changes. Unless and until, Swamiji very nicely says, what is parenting is nothing but your conscious evaluation. As long as I'm not evolved as an individual, okay, I will always think my fears, my greeds would be expressed as my parenting. So here the education market, parenting plays a very important role, and what is the system available outside, that also playing the very important role. So on this count, what is the possibility we can generate, or what are the things we can make a change in the external thing? I want Nilesh ji to say a few words. Yes, Nilesh ji.
Namaskar. So wonderful to hear what's going in the Gurukula. And I would, if you would have asked me the question, how to solve this problem for young children, frankly, I'm so glad to hear it's working. I wouldn't have known, because that's unfortunately not my experience. Now, quickly, I'll tell you with our experience at Institute of Advanced Sciences, predominantly we are a research oriented. So there is no, what do you call, the teaching component per se, but we are introducing the teaching component. And I'm just, for a lack of a name, I'm calling it Pancha Siddhanta, and don't ask me what those 5 Siddhanta are. But one of the point we are trying to emphasize, the way we are designing the courses, these are through online, which is the power of the media, the power of the technology, is that irrespective of the number, we want to give a experience of 1:1, like a student to teacher ratio of a 1:1. That doesn't mean in reality there are 1,000 students and 1,000 teachers. It could be even a 1 teacher, but the way we make use of technology is to do that. The second one, for example, number of you who remember taking the exams the old way, at least in the Indian system. So if you get 35 marks out of 100, you were considered pass, right?
Yes.
Which means if you are ignorant about 65% of the syllabus, even just the syllabus, you are still considered good. And there is something very problematic about it. So some of the tests we are designing, yes, there has to be some kind of examination to see if the student is up to the mark, but it doesn't need to be in terms of the marks. So just take a simple example. If it is a making of a dosa, I don't know if everyone knows what that is, a pancake, for example. Someone may not able to make it as good as the other person, and that's perfectly fine. But if it's a dosa, at the end of it, the end product should taste like a dosa. It should smell like a dosa. It should be well cooked, okay, not uncooked. And with over time, in the iterative fashion, they learn. And again, so we have to go back to what their passion is. Quickly, I will say something in the defense of the memory. Like, you mentioned the word ratta, and that's how we used to hate it. But again, the reason we hated is because we were wondering why I have to remember this. On the other hand, if you match with the person's passion, what that person wants to learn or excel in, and then the memory is not a problem.
Exactly.
Then, like children, like my daughter, if she has to remember the songs, she remembers thousands of songs. But the capitals of all the countries in the world, then she struggles. Okay. So I think, if you have to match that, and I think that's what we are doing at, this is about 21, by the way. So Ma Durga Nandaji, what you are doing is great, because we need those students ready. And frankly, I find it extremely frustrating dealing with the PhDs and double PhDs and whatnot. They have these degrees. And when I ask them, why did you do this PhD in that subject? They cannot even answer that simple question. So that we have a long way to go, but it's all exciting.
Yeah, it's not only the PhD. Even coming back to our school systems and syllabus, we are doing little research on how is particularly the Indian education system. Whether we found a simple pattern, they have done nothing difference between what they were before pre-independence. They're just following committee after committee. Everything was following to the extent after 60, 70, it got spoiled also. I really don't understand why I have to learn Ashoka has to plant a tree from 6th standard, 7th standard, 8th standard. So I thought in India, the tree is there only because of Ashoka or sorry, Akbar or whatever it is. I was wondering what the hell. No, I never know. Now, once I just come back out of the system and I just look back and say, what the hell, I was reading it. I mean, I'm not just expecting them to talk about Mughal invasion or something like that, but not even the basic thought current, basic thought process has not gone into it. So my question to you, Nileshji, is can you just quickly, and it may be a little out of our topic, just quickly tell what is your book is about, this Ramayana and Mahabharata. You made it beautifully. You try to prove on a scientific way. It's not mythology, and you just proved that it's a science. From many theories, from oceanography, migration theory, and from astronomy, you used a fantastic tools and try to prove it. Just give a quick glimpse of it so that our audience can come to know what drives you and what is the subject is about. I know the subject we have to talk in a separate panel itself, but it can be a small glimpse or an introduction. Please.
Right. No, very good. And I'll do that in the context of the education that we are discussing. I discuss this as a three-way, three different aspects, three axes, if you want to call it. Shraddha is the reverence, the conviction you can call, the trust, okay, and then the buddhi, or you can call the samshay. Now, samshay is not a bad word. The doubt, is not a bad word. And the third one is a jidnyasa, which is in a simple way we interpret as or translate as a curiosity. But it's not an ordinary curiosity. Most of the people simply say, hey, tell me what you did. And I'm saying, why don't you find out what I did? Okay, which is to say a pregnant curiosity, which is you have a specific purpose. And so briefly, what started with me with these three is I was wondering why when the matter in the text, say Mahabharata Ramayana, is so elaborately discussed, why people doubt it. So then I started my, researching it, my own, more so understanding it. And then I realized that there are enough things that can be objectively tested, which is to say, if I see something that you will able to see the same way, what is being stated in the text, like say Purana Mahabharata, or when you talk about your experiences in the meditation, maybe I will not able to show it, but I can describe it, and the other person can go do the meditation and experience the same thing. But in this case, we can do that on a visual way. And what I able to do, this took me one particular shloka, one particular verse of Mahabharata took me, actually I naively thought, I was in Canada and I thought one weekend and I'm going to solve that problem. Amalaji talked about the astronomy, astrophysics, Varamir, you know what Varamir says? He says, unless you understand astronomy, there is no liberation. Well, it's not that everyone has to understand astronomy. The point is, if you find something that you feel very passionate about that serves the society, and you excel in it, that's your liberation. So I found my liberation, not by choice or not by some plan, into finding the exact dating of the Mahabharata, that they're actually historical events. I did the same thing. That's like going back to 7,500 years ago. And hopefully you are hanging on to your chairs and nobody falls off. Because when I go to the academic conferences, they just go, their head goes haywire when I go to Oxford and places like that. Then I did the same thing for Ramayana, and I showed that Ramayana happened, the physical event, the historical event, more than 14,000 years ago. And our Vedas, Rigveda especially, is definitely much older than 22,000 years or 24,000 years. That is in summary of my research of 30 years.
Oh, that's great. So I wish that this becomes a syllabus. When we are doing little research, we were finding that before when we have a Gurukul syllabus, Ramayana and Mahabharata is a part of primary studies. Means the kid before age of 11, 12, everyone knows Ramayana, and Sanskrit is by default, it was a language every Indian was learning it. Now, of course, now there is no, it's completely being a secular syllabus, it's completely out of it, and only from an external environment the kid has to learn. and we have been very clearly proved after long year it's a mythology. So maybe your studies get into our education system, and we started looking this as a not as a mythology, it's really our history.
Yes.
That is a change has to happen. Nilesh, do you foresee anything will happen in our new education policy? So any possibility that, have you tried anything on that front, so that I get out of this Akbar and other things, and so read Indian kids at least start reading this? Any possibilities are there? Are you working on that front?
Yeah, well, you ask a timely question. I say timely because if you would have asked me this question 3 days ago, I didn't have a good answer. Okay. Just yesterday, and I don't want to disclose too many things, but someone from the Ministry of Education, if you can believe that, contacted me, the government of India.
God, that's a good thing.
Okay. And I don't want to disclose too many things, but some things are happening, which surprised me, frankly. And this has nothing to do with the political will. The political will is also there. But once it starts percolating down to actually the execution, that's where it gets lost. And I feel this time, there can be many false starts. I think that something is happening. Okay, so we have to be very cautious, not over optimistic. It may take some time, but yes, things are happening, things are changing. And guess what? It's not going to come from the government. Again, what is that? Ma Nitya Premanandaji, talked about voting and whatever that internal system is. Every citizen, and I'm talking of the world, but for given a specific country, when they actively participate, okay, there is a pressure in the politics. If the politicians know that for a vote, they need to do the right things, then they will start taking steps in the right direction. So yes, just to answer your question, I'm very optimistic. Something very interesting, some very exciting things are happening. But again, realize that this is a deracination of at least 70 years since 1947.
Absolutely.
So it will take time. But it's a very optimistic and very positive picture.
Yes, absolutely. It's a very good, confident message. That's why from Kailasa we emphasize and we request all the viewers to vote it. This is a thing they understand. This is a language people understand. Even it's a political mission or economic system or any ecosystem understand these numbers. So as a 2 billion Hindus, if we just raise our voice, okay, very non-violently and very affirmatively, very confidently, we are just giving the message to the world that, okay, we want to be a vegetarianism in this way, and we don't want it to have any religious conversions to happen. You can differ, like, you can just say, yes, it should not be imposed, it has to be imposed, no, it has to be an option. So as always, Hinduism purely respects democracy. Please do vote. Prematma Swami, you wanted to reiterate that URL, please, you can just say that. Take a minute to do it, please.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, thank you. Yes, our voices matter. It is important. Again and again, the only thing that I'm going to say is we are in the situation, eating the Macaulay education because we did not voice our, make our voices heard. It is time now that Swamiji has given this opportunity for us to make our choices. So let us not wait. Please cast your vote at kailasa.org/Hindu votes. Actually, I was just listening to this whole discussion and also what we were discussing earlier. Like when I grew up, growing in schools, filled with Christian missionaries around, not many options to go to Hindu education, to choose Hindu education. I was forced to, dress up as a Christian, basically, like not having the freedom to wear a Hindu mark, bindi, or to wear vibhuti to school, or to wear flowers to school. All of this was pretty much, did not have that choice, that freedom. And because of the the education system, not many was available. The Hindu education system was not available prevalently, and we were forced pretty much to in a way to live a Christian lifestyle growing up. And this is one way of, as we are discussing since last week's about conversion, how this education system is imposed on us. Basically, the value that the Hindu education system has, that has been totally demolished demolished and eradicated pretty much, and we were forced to study the the Western way of education system. And here we are. It is so beautiful to hear all the panelists sharing their experiences and how we are bringing it, and how Swamiji is reviving this education system, the Gurukul education system. So a bright future awaits all of us. But the only thing that we need to do is, as our responsibility, make your voices heard. And we have a platform for that, the only Hindu nation, the greatest Hindu nation on planet Earth, Kailasa. So please visit our website, kailasa.org, and cast your vote in with respect to the religious conversion that we are been discussing since last week. And today, a very important discussion on Hindu education system and its role. So thank you, Aya. I'm just going to remind everyone, please visit our website, kailasa.org/Hindu votes, and cast your vote and make our voices heard. Hindu voices do matter. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Absolutely. Okay. So that's all. So we've had a very nice discussion on our purpose, what are the problems we face, and what is the possibilities. And we heard, there are some good possible successful case studies are there. And I'm just taking this discussion to the next thing, rather the last part of our panel discussions. Well, so how from now we discussed enough. If I just ask you, ask Kamalama, ask Nileshaya, ask Sandhyaya, that what would you do differently? Assume that there's all the obstacles we didn't have, or it was not existing at all. What would we do different? That's one question. The other dimension of the question is what we can do right now immediately, so that we can make the education, the ideal education, what we are looking for to happen. So that is the question I'm putting before the panelist. Yes, Amalama, you can start.
See, as I have said, very clear it is for me as an educationist, for being for so many years, is very clear to me with Hindu Vedic education is the ultimate solution. Nothing else. You belong to any religion, anti-Hindu or Hindu, whatever it is, that is the only solution, existing solution. So we have to explore on that, prepare a curriculum. Now as such, if you ask me, coming into Swamiji's philosophy, listening to him, and with Gurukul education, I am trying with my small group to prepare a curriculum based on that from age 2 to 7 first.
Okay.
From age 2 to 7. Even alphabets when you teach, see, with the nature to learn, even alphabets I want to put, we are already preparing. For example, when I taught A for Arjun, when I taught, the child was asking, what is the Arjun? Who is the Arjun? So I had to explain.
Okay.
So what are the takeaways? Okay. This is the way I have started. So this is the way to go,
Yeah. So nicely, it is about all educators, please learn the Vedic way of thinking and just see how you can map this to your current education thing, right? That's what you're trying to do. Absolutely great. Yes, Sandhyaya, you have any final points to add on?
Yes. So I will focus mostly on the parents' role here. So how does a parent participate in this entire transformation? So for the transformations to happen, there has to be some form of realization. So possibility happens, it comes from the realization. A small story of mine that many of you might relate. Before 2014, most of my thinking was centered around spiritual but not religious, right? Although I was a Hindu, I rarely went to temples or actively participated in Hindu festivals. That is who I was. In 2015, from nowhere, I read a book called Being Different by Rajiv Malhotra. That book transformed me to the point that immediately after finishing reading the book, I signed up both my children in my mission. Then I signed up for a transcendental meditation program with Maharishi Mahesh Institute. Then I became a small-time Hindu activist. So the point that I'm trying to highlight here is, as long as there is not a deep realization that there is a problem and I have to do something, and you can connect with yourself. most important thing we can do is connect with yourself, connect with as parents, connect with our own upbringing and see where things we could have done differently. Once you make that connection with yourself, that is what you are reflecting on your child, right? Once you make that connection, the next step falls through.
Yes. So exactly Swamiji says is parenting is nothing but your evolution, your conscious evolution. So that's where you understand the more and more parents has to be evolved spiritually. So they automatically question all things around them. Is my education, my brought up is right? What all the problems I've gone through? I don't want my kids to go through the same. So you look out for what is the best solution possible. Even personally, I end up with Swamiji Gurukuls in that way. Okay, is it really possible? That's the first question. When you start searching and seeking, you get a beautiful place what Swamiji was running. So that's my personal experience. I could be able to really relate with what you are saying. It is parents' evaluation. So we all have to work or have a mechanisms to evolve this main components of parental conscious evaluations. Thanks, Sandeep. That's a good point, and that's a key takeaway I'm taking from your discussions. Anything else, Durgama? You want to give your last punchline?
Okay, my punchline is I want to tell all the parents, don't be afraid to tread the untrodden path defined by the society. You know, the society tell you that, oh, you need to go into the public school, you need to go to that. Don't follow the pack, because at the end of the day, you're still a rat. So don't let your child be a rat. Let the child be a superhuman beings, that they can find their place and enjoy life and contribute in a meaningful way. So what it means is that whatever out there as an education system right now is outdated. It is already not going to prepare the child for the future. Let's be very, very honest about it. Okay. I have a 17-year-old teenager. I have to, see with Swamiji's blessings and, his, teaching, I know for a fact that many of the children are not able to fit into the modern education system because it's just, not helping them in any way consciously to develop, but they also find interest in learning. So what I want to, one final punchline to the parents is take the responsibility for your child's education. Do not fear that the child will be left behind. The moment you're able to connect them to their passion, the creativity, the motivation, everything will start flowing out of their being, from the being itself. So, which means you don't have to worry if the child is able to find their passion and life purpose. That is the only thing that you, as a guide, a parent, create that space for them to find that. When they find it, you can actually see them flowering beautifully as a conscious being. Yeah. That is my personal experience.
Super. So thank you. Making the kids to find their Swadharma. Swamiji is beautifully explaining about the one thing you have to teach to your kids is Swadharma. Like that's what he says very nicely. Thanks, Durgama. Ma Vimukta, you would like to say your final lines. The key takeaways of the action.
So, as Madhuga said, yes, see, the parents, normally we feel whatever is happening, like as an education system, the current thing only is right. We have to break away from that. We know that we have suffered, but still we put our children into the same suffering, thinking that this is the way it is. So let us break out of that and think about the possibility what our child carries and give them the Vatavarana, the space to explore and find out what he or she wants to do in life, rather than pushing them into something which probably is the norm, so to say, like, this. So being different is okay. First of all, we need to accept that as a parent, and also treat this as an opportunity for us also to evolve as a parent, because only when the parent evolves, the child will evolve, is what I believe. Because it's sometimes the other way around. Sometimes if the child is really blessed, they go far ahead than the parents, and they start really radiating and teaching the parents and evolving them. Even that I have experienced as a parent, is what I would say, because it is very important. The parents' involvement is very important. We need to support, even if the child is different, and wants to do something different, we need to let them explore and not put them into the rat race, is what I believe and I feel. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Nilesh ji, you have any final words to sum up this panel discussion?
Okay, quick thoughts. Wonderful discussion there. And I think Ma Nitya Durganandaji mentioned that the goal of a Gurukula is to get the children ready to live a life and contribute to society by the time they are 21 and supposedly out. The only thing I will add is we don't have to wait until they turn 21. In fact, when they are learning, in fact, in a school, any school, the whole claim that they are studying and learning for 8 hours or 6 hours is a myth. You can't be just studying and sitting and learning it. So, for example, I'll take Gandhiji. Gandhiji's Nai Talim. Many people may know the word. Nai Talim is a new education. Essentially, he was trying to revive the Gurukula system.
Yeah.
Now, it never got a good name because it was never truly implemented outside his ashram system. What is interesting is something that Gandhiji was trying to revive, it was implemented by Mao in China. And actually more, of course, the structure is different, the communism and that, forget that. But he implemented where in the 8 hours, students spend close to 6 hours actually doing things. And why that is important? Because unless they actually do things, they will not know what they like. So we shouldn't be giving them a 21, not just speaking on what Durganandaji said, giving some 18 years or 21 years to figure it out. In America, I do counseling to students, but not to students. I do counseling to adults. They're like 28-year-old, but still they think they are young. And when I ask them, so what do you do? And the person says, I kind of haven't figured it out yet. I said, it's too late. Okay, so I think we need to, as they are growing up, we need to expose them to do different things. Whether it's a dance or a music and agriculture and business and medicine, whatnot, so that they have some idea what they tend to like. And so it's good to introduce that. And focused education, like a learning can happen in a couple of hours, and they should be given a lot more free time to explore, guided free time, I would say, to figure it out what they tend to be good at.
Thank you. Absolutely beautiful idea.
Sorry, I would like to add why 21, because in Singapore, this is the age where, we complete a whole education system. Especially in Singapore, the boys need to serve the army. So by the time they finish, they are 21. That's why I was just saying the age. No, of course, I totally agree with you that the kids should start exploring when they are already a teenager. In fact, as young as they can, they start playing with whatever, their passion, and by and by, they will start figuring out what really, really resonates within their being. So I fully agree with you, Nilesh.
Yes, I agree with Nilesh ji that this is exactly Swamiji was mentioning once that, Amala was also talking about, the Aryabhatas and all this Vedic scientists we are talking about, they have achieved everything in the young age. So even he used to say that, before at the age of 18, 21, they have to complete the PhD based on what is the Swadharma. So that's what he always talked about. So it's a very fantastic panel and a lot of takeaways, and thanks so much for it. And in short, it's very difficult to summarize, such a varied points are there. But what I would like to take upon this, as Swamiji says, it's our in whatever way, whether it's a government or through e-Gurukul or what Margaret Ma was running on learning and transforming schools, there are a lot of initiatives are happening. So as a Hindu, as a Kailasa Hindu Kailasa education, being responsible for the Hindu education system, we should take this to we should take up this to the, we take Gurukul to the people. That's what Swamiji said, if you are not coming, we will come to you. So that's where we have an initiative like e-Gurukuls and other things. So let's reach more and more parents, enrich more parents and more kids, and let all these initiatives get success. And that is going to be the starting point of the great golden era of Hindu education. Thank you so much. It's completely pleasure. And I wish to meet all of you once again in our Kailasa Dialogue Hindu Education, maybe in coming days. Okay, thank you so
Thank
much.
you,
Thank you,
Nithyananda.
Nithyananda.
Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam Ayya. Thank you, everyone.
Nithyanandam, thank you.
Thank you.
So just as to conclude, I'm just going to remind everyone, as
Yes.
Nileshji was yes. So as Nileshji was talking about how the children should spend only few hours studying or reading, and many hours in other extracurricular activities about, whether it's learning, art, science, or that's exactly how the education system, Swamiji, in our Gurukuls, kids actually spend only 2 hours maybe
Yes.
to study the material, but many hours they spend in learning other activities and expressing. Without even a formal education of musical instruments, they start just playing and expressing and actually evolving as beautiful conscious beings. And just one more thing I just want to add to what Avimuktaya was saying about taking the education to, if you are not able to come to Kailasa, Kailasa comes to you. The whole beautiful e-Gurukul system that is being provided, and only Hindu education system, as per Hindu philosophy, Hindu education must be provided free. Being integrated to that, all our Gurukul, classes that are being provided, offered either physically or online, are all offered to the whole of humanity. So the beautiful future awaits for all of us. It is just our responsibility to take it and live it and enjoy it. So these beautiful initiatives in reviving all of this, like as Swamiji always reminds this story, when you are thirsty, don't settle for a drainage water. Even if you have to walk a few miles for Ganga, we already have it. Uh, the greatest education system, the Gurukul, the Hindu education system, which once existed thousands of years ago. Unfortunately, over the years of persecution, we have lost it. And a very minute trace, which now Swamiji is reviving in a beautiful, grand way, and not in one part of the world, not in one corner of the world. He's making it available in every corner of the world. If it's not physical, it is through online, it is coming to wherever you are. So it is but our choice, wherever we are. We can only, you cannot force feed a horse. We can only take the horse to the water, the horse has to drink, right, if it chooses to. So where like that, he has brought this Hindu voting system for the first time, so that we have the right, the choice to make our decisions, how our life should be, how our future generation should live. So the Hindu voting system is just created only for us. So let us make use of this opportunity. The Hindu votes are sacred. The hashtag Hindu votes are sacred. So please cast your vote, kailasa.org/Hindu votes. So with that, I thank Avimuktaya and all the panelists for coming and sharing. And I would like to request Avimuktaya, any words that you would like to share with respect to your experience, conducting Gurukul, e-Gurukul for, and taking it to different places. What is your experience that you would say with respect to the modern education system and the Gurukul system, and how our kids are flourishing?
Thank you. So since I thought of, being a moderator, I thought of, getting voice opinion from other panelists. Thanks for this opportunity even. As I said, my journey is so beautiful. And as a parent, all this journey starts as a seeking parent, spiritual seeking parent. So when you start evolving consciously, you end up in some solutions for that. So when I just looking for the right solution, so I just happen to see our Gurukul. That's where actually my journey starts. The way in which the Gurukul get conducted, then next good thing it happened to me is I take the opportunity or responsibility of Gurukul Acharya. And it helps me to go there and catch up with many schools in India. We have taken Swamiji educations in schools, colleges, many places we have seen. To tell you, yes, it's not always success. It's, some places been accepted well, some places it's okay. But that gives us a very, I'm very confidently, I'm clear internally that existing system doesn't work. Okay, so I don't know how other people have understood or not. I'm very clearly understand the existing so-called secular system will not work. So I mean, it's not about an individual. It's about a system. Okay, article, I can just tell many things, article 25, and even the kind of atrocities our Gurukul have gone through. I mean, it's the biggest genocide. The only answers, so beautifully Swamiji was evolving that, and the kind of attack we faced, and kind of I'll say the illegal attack is genocide. It's we have to talk we have to talk in length about it. So it's so bad. But with all that, we are standing, and Swamiji is giving this opportunity to the world. So personally, it's an excellent experience for me, and we invite all of you to have this experience. I want every parents. It's not that you have to be a parent. Probably you may be having some kids in your family. So I request all of you to take up this, responsibility of connecting with this kind of an alternative educations, and provide the better future for the kids. That's my experience. Thanks so much, Prima, for so much.
Yes, thank you, Aya. So yes, the education system that it's a huge topic, and we can actually go on sharing about the benefits of it. And as each one of the parents here have shared, especially from the Gurukul, we can see how the children growing with such confidence. Many of us, even to go speak in a panel or speaking in a public would be some we have to, it's something that is unimaginable for us to speak in a panel. Immediately, or will I be able to speak? Will my fear come? Am I good at language? Am I, all these kind of unnecessary self-doubts that we get, definitely when there are Gurukul kids, we can see that that is definitely not there. Their confidence in taking up anything, whether it is public speech or learning new things, we can see that their confidence in expressing themselves, and fully evolved conscious beings, especially with the power manifestation that they express, this possibility, most of the kids around the world do not, as the level of language itself is completely different. As Nilesh was sharing about, I'm not sure what to do with my life. That is not something uncommon. This is something that we hear in different age group, whether it is kids or youth. In most of the many parts of the world, we hear this. But where the level of language or discussion that we see, where the youth or kids are at that stage, I'm not sure what I want to become, or how my future is going to be. To that is the lowest level of a conversation a person could have, versus when the children from a very young age are brought up in a Hindu education system. The introduction is, you are God, you are Paramashiva. That is the introduction. That is where the kids are starting to learn. So there is no question of, okay, what am I going to become? Because I know who I am, and I just have to realize it, or start expressing it. And our kids even start expressing it from a very young.
Yes. Any audio problems?
I think it's the internet.
It's internet problem.
The confidence that we can see, as Madhur was saying earlier, kids are unsure. They're not prepared to handle this or prepared to handle life. The education system that we see today does not prepare a person for life. I think I'm having
Yes.
some technical.
I think we lost her, right?
Yeah. Yes, exactly. So maybe a few minutes.
She's back.
She's back. Yeah.
My Gurukul is 100% free. Food, stay, education, everything is free. Because Sadashiva says, Guru is supposed to beg and feed the disciples. I said, I may beg physically or in the internet, but I will beg and feed my disciples. My Gurukul is 100% free. Not only I am teaching them English, maths, science, I am teaching them true history. I am teaching them the real powers and possibilities they can manifest. I am teaching them life. Only thing, I am not doing the stupid things which you guys have designed for a generalized way. Understand? All generalization creates more blind spots. When there is a Google Earth available, Google Map is available, why will I make them memorize the capitals of all the countries and states? Macaulay's time it was not there, so you have to memorize. Capital of India is Delhi and capital of Tamil Nadu is Chennai. You have to memorize. Now there is a Google Earth and Google Map. Just Google it, that's all. They need to be taught Googling. I am only removing all those stupid blind spots become part of the education because of the generalization. Understand? All generalization is faulty generalization. All generalization is faulty generalization. Jealousy, comparison is the byproduct of the faulty generalization. It is utter stupidity to give marks to human beings. Utter stupidity to give marks to human beings. It is like I saw memes in the Facebook. There is a fish in a pot, and there is a monkey, there is an elephant, there is a zebra, there is a snake, there is a crocodile, there is a tiger. And the educationist says, to have a fair game, we will have the examination. Who claims this tree first? Please start. That is what I call faulty generalization. What will happen to the fish if he comes out of the water to climb the tree? All generalization is faulty generalization. Understand? What I am trying to convey, I will give you the essence. Media wants me to do the charity of what they think as best. I am doing the charity of what is best. If you think food is the best thing happened in your life, you can do just Annadan. If you think education is the best thing happened in your life, you share that with the world. That's your charity. If you think clothes are the best things happened to your life and you share the clothes, Vastradana, that's your charity. If you think enlightenment and spiritual powers are the best thing happened in your life, you share that with the world. That's all I am doing. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
What I did, in the case of Mahabharata, it started with one specific astronomy observation, And what the big deal about that observation was that is not true in our times, but Vyasa, the writer of Mahabharata, is saying that that was the case at the time of Mahabharata war. So, and astronomers around the world were thinking this is something impossible in the very order of nature. In fact, that observation was used by the, I can say, the secular media, secular academia, as to point fingers at Mahabharata and say, look, they write all kinds of stuff which is not even possible. But that's where the Shraddha comes into the picture, the trust. I said, why would Vyasa write something that is totally sounds ridiculous? So I studied on it. It took me 15 years. But when I finally found what it did, it gave me a very solid scientific, I mean, as good as it gets, the bounds, which said Mahabharata war is not possible. It happened, but it did not happen in last 6,500 years. So then the question is, when did it happen? And actually that particular observation gave me specific bounds. Then I extracted 300 plus different astronomy observations, and think of like solving a Rubik's Cube or a jigsaw puzzle or a crossword puzzle. Like all these 300 pieces fit like that into that jigsaw puzzle, and they all pointed me to one specific year, 5561 BCE, just for simplicity, more than 7,500 years ago.
So if I understand right, Nilishji, like from Mahabharata, you picked up some of the astronomical points, and you just then and extrapolated, and you went and mapped it on the time frame. Is that a method you took it?
That is a method, which is to say take one verse, say that goes in Sanskrit like this: Ya chaisha vishruta rajas trailokya sadhu sammata Arundhati Tayapesha Vasishta Prushtata Kruta. The star Arundhati has gone ahead of star Vasishta. In the modern astronomy, they are Alcor and Mizar. So this is like Shabda Praman, coming from, Swamiji talks about the Atma Praman, right? Atma Pratyaya. This is a Shabda Praman. Now, how do we make that into a Pratyaksha Praman? So I did that with the help of modern astronomy, Indian astronomy, for their identification. And actually it can be done through many ways. You can use astronomy simulations, you can use mathematical calculation. But what I just did for this one, that simply told me the Mahabharata war has to happen here. But still not an exact year. And so then I looked at the additional one, and they all, just like solving the jigsaw puzzle, it takes you to that specific year. And then same thing I did for Ramayana. So Ramayana, I found actually, to my surprise, 600 plus astronomy observation, and they also fit like a jigsaw puzzle and take you to, for example, 12,209 BCE, not like some generic period, even a very specific.
Let me reiterate: 12,909
BCE. Yeah.
Oh.
So that's for the Ram Ravana Yuddha, the year of Ram Ravana Yuddha. And when I looked at Rigveda, it wasn't so much astronomy, but it was the geology evidence, the evidence of river Saraswati, the hydrology, morphodynamics of rivers. And that definitely tells us is that the parts of Rigveda are definitely more than 24,000 years ago, just on a simple principle, just one evidence, that Rigveda describes the river Saraswati flowing from high mountains, Giribhya A Samudrat, from high mountains all the way to the ocean. And now we have, I would say, 200 plus scientific publications around the world, okay, in last 35 years. And they tell us that this river was flowing some 200,000 years, from 200,000 years to say 24,000 years. And after that it was flowing, but it was not the Mahasaraswati anymore. And that just tells us that the Rigveda is definitely more than 24,000 years.
Correct. Perfect. Okay. So from all the angle we could be able to drive this. This is not a history, or it's not it's not a myth, it's a history. Yeah.
Right. And quickly I'll mention, so my journey began with astronomy, but then what happened, then other researchers started asking me, but where is the evidence from other fields beyond astronomy, like archaeology, geology, genetics, physical anthropology, agriculture, domestication. And every single, by luck, I would say, Daivam Chaivatra Panchamam, every single scientific discipline that they raised the bogey, saying, is there evidence from this discipline? And I would say by luck, I can think of like now 20 different disciplines of science.
Yeah, even you used the mouse theory as one of the, mouse migration.
Right, there you go. So even the simple, for the other panelists and those who are watching, a simple domestic humble mouse actually shows you a out of India migration that goes back to 10,000 years, 15,000 years, 20,000 years, 25, 35,000 years. So we as a very, what you call the sapiens, the thinking humans are around for a very long time, very long time.
Excellent. Yes. Yes. So that's beautiful. Any other questions, Prematma Swami? Anyone from the panelists, we can ask Nileshji. Next 5-10 minutes we have. If you have any questions, we can ask Nileshji to answer it.
I don't have a question. This is I don't have a question per se, but yes, I have an observation.
Thank you. About the Hindu education system, requesting everyone to please take a few moments to cast your votes. The hashtag Hindu votes are sacred. Please visit the website kailasa.org and cast your vote, kailasa.org/Hindu votes, and make your voices heard. Our voices are important. So Hindu voices matter. Please take a moment to cast your vote. And I think we will have a quick break for a promo, and we will continue. And thank you all panelists. So if you just take a quick break, and we will.
Yes.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is KAILASA. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is KAILASA. I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free passport and make billions receive this free passport. Swadharma. Please understand, the whole universe functions with certain flow. It is a conscious design. Everything fits with everything properly. There is no chaos. Everything is flowing properly. The whole is flowing the way you are supposed to fit with the whole is Swadharma. Swadharma is a natural flow of your being. First thing you need to have tremendous respect for your choices. Every child should be taught to find out his Swadharma. This should be a 1-year course in our Gurukul. A separate subject. Kids should study for 1 full year. They should be given all the understandings, ideas, self-respect. They are human beings. They can fulfill their desire in any way they want. They can fulfill the purpose of their existence in any way they want. You have so much of freedom. Any path you choose, you can have anything you want. And feeling of not wanting anything, the ultimate fulfillment. This clarity should be given to our kids, of course, grown-up kids also. Then they should make choices. Yes. With this maturity and self-respect, when you make choices, you know your Swadharma. All the people who are successful in any field, knowingly or unknowingly, consciously or unconsciously, are in tune with their Swadharma. I tell you, if you are not in tune with your Swadharma,
you will not be comfortable. Stress is nothing but not being in tune with your Swadharma. That's all.
Resonates that what all we discussed, and it just talks about what this one thing we could able to teach to our kid, like this is I feel, in my opinion, it is a crux of Hindu education. Okay, so we have a few more minutes, and I've interrupted Nileji in between. He was trying to explain about one of his research on Surya Siddhanta. So we have a few more minutes, Nileji, if you could be able to start explaining the crux of it. I'm sorry once again, because of our flow, I really wanted to sit and uninterruptedly listen to you. We'll surely do it on a coming occasion. So give the glimpse of what is Surya Siddhanta research.
Okay.
And just to give you a feedback, we are getting a excellent feedback. Whatever the information you are giving, we are from all our social medias, from all our panelists and for our viewers, they are absolutely enjoying it. That's a small feedback I want to give it to you.
Very good. Now I'll give you on the Surya Siddhanta. Let me do my marketing. Now I'm just using jokingly, but there is only so much you can convey. Those people who are inside India, there is a publication called Subbu Publications, and when you and me met in Mumbai, you have seen that. But they have published these books. So one is, first is, when did the Mahabharat war happen? So it's easy to remember. Second one is the historic Rama, and the third one is Bhishma Nirvana. If you are outside India, then all three of them are available through Amazon. And the reason I mention that is you don't have to always go to the books, but eventually, if you want to get too deep into it, you have to. I have also, like, I don't know now what number, 200, 300 plus videos on YouTube, basically on this subject. And at my blog site at WordPress, I have 500 plus blog articles. Okay, so with that, I'll come back to quickly Surya Siddhanta. See, in the Indian civilization or Indian tradition, let's understand why Surya Siddhanta even came into being. Surya Siddhanta is so sophisticated, and so is Aryabhatiya, another astronomy text. So Surya Siddhanta is an astronomy text. It's written in an extremely cryptic format. It's not an introductory test on astronomy. Okay, someone who has possibly spent significant time understanding astronomy, it is a pocket book, like a quick formula, it's a cheat sheet. That's what Surya Siddhanta is. So it's not something, some book that you want to take it as a vacation reading. No, it's not. Okay. But what was the motivation? The motivation, if you look at the Indian civilization, especially before, say, the Islamic invasion, what you see, it was glorious on the all the wealth in terms of, see the GDP. If you have done the studies, these are studies done by World Banks. 51%, 50+% of the GDP, world GDP, was combined through China and India. And what was the secret behind it? The secret, it was in terms of the internal wealth, which is agriculture, mining, and whatnot. And then you have to give it to someone to get the wealth, so that was the commerce. And both for agriculture and for navigation, before the GPS system came into being, let's say, which also uses the satellites and astronomy and whatnot, it was the astronomy that was important for agriculture, successful agriculture, and successful navigation. And that's why the Surya Siddhanta astronomy, and I'll just tell you briefly how ancient it is. But the numbers for astronomy numbers in Surya Siddhanta are so precise. Actually, the modern science, the modern astronomy has not excelled them in majority of the cases. You can still use a Surya Siddhanta number today for the planetary revolutions and whatnot, even today. I would say modern astronomy excelled it, especially with the Hubble telescopes and the satellite, the precise reading. I would say in the last 100, 200 years, maybe 300 years, with some better telescopes. But until then, Surya Siddhanta was the best. I mean, no other astronomy around the world comes close to that. Now, my specific research, and when I say I better acknowledge my co-conspirators. There are many other researchers. Dr. Anil Narayanan, he's based in Washington, D.C., worked for ISRO, the Indian Space Association, organization. And then one more, Mrs. Rupa Bhati. And there are many others. But these three of us, I will say, our research of last many years, what it has shown is that the updates, you can call those repairs, just like we do the repair to our own house. Okay, after some time, we need to fix little bit something in the kitchen. These repairs that are required, because astronomy also things change over a period of time, these repairs or updates to Surya Siddhanta go as far back as 17,000 years. I'm talking of the repairs and updates, not the initial formation of Surya Siddhanta.
Oh.
So what have we found? We have found the latest update to Surya Siddhanta. The latest update happened in around 580 CE, like around 1500 years ago. But if we go back, there was another update around 3000 BC, another update about around 5500 BC, which is same time as a Mahabharata or just after Mahabharata. If you go to 7500 BC, there is another update. 12,000 BC is a big, very phenomenal update. That is what we presented at Oxford, a few years ago, couple of years ago. And there is a last update that is so far what we have found goes back to 14,500 BCE. So now the question is, if some text, some manual needed an update 17,000 years ago, the question is how long ago before that it came into being? And honestly, we don't know the answer. But some of the internal evidence of Surya Siddhanta, and this is something we need to validate with many other disciplines of science beyond astronomy, but something that we could validate with the ancient Indian narratives like Upanishad. Not many people would think that such kind of precise things would be in the Upanishad, but in Maitrayani Upanishad, we have some Ishwaku dynasty kings and their mentions of what they are seeing in the astronomy and geology. And that takes us to around 38,000 BC. So Surya Siddhanta has some evidence that takes us to 38,000 BC. And so it could be older than that. It has to be older than that. We just don't know how old. And what I just told you is possibly exploration of, say, 30 shloka, 30 verses out of 500 plus verses that Surya Siddhanta has.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So once again, a simple layman question, like how all this sciences, how maybe a Western world is looking at this. I'm sure you are presenting this into many forums, and a lot of Vada Prativadas are happening. I'm just noticing that. So how is the response? Is there any possibilities that this all can be adapted into the Western university, so that we as an Indian, probably whatever comes from there after it's endorsed, we accept it very smoothly, from that direction. I'm asking this. Yeah.
Right. And again, this is the cat and a mouse chase, so because the West will also look for India, the Indian textbooks to change, and the West would adopt it right away, in a way. I would say the problem is not with the West, as much as if you take the colonial oppression, the colonial aspects of it, they were motivated by politics and greed and whatnot. The West understands it very, very fast. It is us, the Indians, I would tell you, who are so much sometimes stuck in the dogma. It's amazing. Like when the evidence is right in our face, telling us that this is what it is. I'll just give you a humorous anecdote, if you all enjoy it. At one conference, I presented, not even Surya Siddhanta, I was presenting simply from what is there in Mahabharata and Ramayana. For example, the pole star of Ramayana is very explicitly given. And that itself, that one verse, in the Ramayana, Brahma Rashir Vishuddhasya Shuddhasya Paramarshya Archishmanta Prakashante Dhruvam Sarve Pradakshinam. That one verse takes us to 12,000 BC. It tells us that Mahabharata cannot be any time after, Ramayana, cannot be any time after 10,000 BC. Okay, so I mean it's so clear. But what happens is the Indian, I mean, what I was presenting at one.
யோகம் தன்னை தாங்குகின்ற நித்யானந்தன் பாதுகை வேதியனாம் நித்யானந்தன் ராஜ நடை இடுகையில் வேதநாதமாய் விளங்கும் விந்தையான பாதுகை வேதியனாம் நித்யானந்தன் ராஜ நடை இடுகையில் வேதநாதமாய் விளங்கும் விந்தையான பாதுகை பாதுகை நித்திய பாதுகை
நித்யானந்தேஸ்வர பரமசிவ சமாரம்பாம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி பராசக்தி மத்யமாம் अस्मदाचार्य पर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the Kailasians, living and practicing Hindus from all over the world. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. See every being as my own manifestation. Paramashiva's direct manifestation. Paramashiva himself manifesting. Treat everyone in your life as Paramashiva and get treated by everyone as Paramashiva. When you treat others as Paramashiva and get treated by others as Paramashiva, you become Paramashiva. This is what is creating an ecosystem. Ecosystem where you treat others as Paramashiva and where you get treated by others as Paramashiva is Kailasa. Even the sincere spiritual seekers may feel this teaching is very impractical. Everyone thinks, let others treat me as Paramashiva first, then I will start. No. Life mirrors what you are. When you start treating everyone as Paramashiva, it mirrors externally, outside, and they start treating you as Paramashiva. Things don't happen the other way. You see, if you expect everyone to treat you as Paramashiva, then they will also be just sitting expecting you to treat them as Paramashiva. But if you start treating everyone as Paramashiva, seeing everyone as Paramashiva, they will start seeing you and treating you as Paramashiva. The person who takes the first step gets entry into Kailasa. Kailasa visa is given to people who decide firmly to treat everyone as Paramashiva in your life. Understand? This is the spiritual instruction to all e-Kailasians and Kailasians. But all the Kailasavasis who are inside our Adinams, for all of them, this is law. From today, start seeing, start experiencing, start relating to every being as Paramashiva. Not just having completion, not just having friendliness, extreme sincere devotion to every being. Don't ever think it is impractical. It is possible, practical. I will demonstrate this great truth is possible. And this ecosystem Kailasa, I am manifesting exactly for that purpose. Nobody in Kailasa is here to exploit you. Nobody has come to exploit others. Everyone has come to realize Paramashiva. I am talking to everyone who is inside the Adinams. Listen carefully. This is specifically for you. No one has come into the Adinams, our Kailasas, to exploit you, to mistreat you. All have come to realize Paramashiva. Decide, these people are the best people on the planet Earth on whom you can see Paramashiva and start manifesting Paramashiva. When you start seeing others as Paramashiva, you will be seen by others as Paramashiva. Listen carefully. When you start treating others as Paramashiva, others will treat you as Paramashiva. Life outside is mirror of your life inside. Inside, if you feel, let me see everyone as Paramashiva honestly, simply life will mirror that. Everyone outside will start treating you as Paramashiva honestly. Inside, if you feel, let others treat me as Paramashiva, then I will start. Then life also will show outside. Others will look at you and say, let you treat them as Paramashiva, then they will start treating you as Paramashiva. Understand. Take the oath honestly in front of Kalabhairava. Mahakalabhairava, let me see everyone, let me experience everyone, including me, everyone as Paramashiva. Drop all the fears, all the suffering, all the pain, all the fears of unknown. If I start seeing everyone as Paramashiva, will somebody exploit me? Will I exploit somebody? Drop. Drop all fears, all cunningness, all confusion, all pains, all anger. Decide honestly to see everyone as Paramashiva. Enter into this unknown spiritual adventure. Go where this spiritual adventure takes you. It will take you to Kailasa straight. You will get Kailasa visa straight. That's all. That's all for today. I want all of you to do Vakyartha Sadas, Jivartha Sadas. Vakyartha Sadas means trying to internalize this truth. Jivartha Sadas means trying to apply, and when you apply all the plus, minus, right, whatever happens, discussing that and ironing them out. Do Vakyartha Sadas, Jivartha Sadas, everything on this one powerful cognition, one powerful principle. Take the oath in front of Kalabhairava. Sincerely, let me see myself and everyone as Paramashiva. Let me live, manifest myself and everyone as Paramashiva. Start living with this I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूतद्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमानछत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादिसमस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्घसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराजगुरु क्षपणशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैव समयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासनपीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्मशासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुराङ्गी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलासपरम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्रीकैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्रीकैलासपरमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्यवर्य सच्चिदानन्द प्रणवस्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवच्छ्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Nithyanandam, a very powerful satsang, a brief, short, and sweet satsang by Swamiji. A very straightforward message, including yourself, all the suffering here and there. We have, every single one of changing not only our future, but the future of the world. Our voice matter, our voice matters. Hindus, we have now the voice, the chance, the opportunity to make our voices heard through the only Hindu nation, the greatest Hindu nation in the world, Kailasa. Now, we have the choice to make our heard. How Hindus should live, how Hindus want to live. Let us live a free, conscious life. Cast your votes at kailasa.org/Hindu votes for the various discussions that's been happening right now about the conversion. We have lost many lives in the name of conversion and many lives to Arjun in the name of where we are with over 2 billion to not have of our own. Let us revive, let us become a part of revival by casting a vote in the decisions that matter for Hinduism. So log in to kailasa.org/Hindu votes to cast your vote and let our voices be heard. Thank you, Nithyananda. Purnamidam Purnavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Om Nithyanandam. Nithyananda.